The Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any point, and all members will have 5 days to submit statements, extraneous material, and questions for the record, subject to the length limitations in the rules. To insert something into the record, please have your staff email the previously mentioned address or contact full committee staff. As a reminder to members, please keep your video function on at all times, even when you are not recognized by the chair. Members are responsible for muting and unmuting themselves. Consistent with House rules, staff will only mute members as appropriate when they are not under recognition to eliminate background noise. I see that we have a quorum, and I now recognize myself for opening remarks. Pursuant to notice, we meet today to examine the Biden administration's priorities for engagement with the United Nations. And it is my honor to have Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield testify before us today. I look forward to hearing her thoughts on a wide range of issues, including American influence at the UN, UN funding, the Security Council's work to address pressing humanitarian crises, and ways that we must lean in on our values with our partners at the UN. During the last 4 years, the United States shied away from multilateral engagement, ceding America's historic leadership and damaging our standing with the international community. As a result, China and other countries that do not reflect our nation's values have taken leadership posts at a number of intergovernmental organizations and have used their payment of UN dues, in contrast to our own arrears. And they use it as a tool to increase their influence. And we must support American leadership at the highest levels in order to reestablish the United States as a leader in the world and to promote our values of freedom, democracy, human rights, and good governance. Working with and through the United Nations must be an integral part of any plan to have America re-engage with the world. This begins with the United States continuing and expanding our work with multilateral partners and allies as we address the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. We must ensure that this pandemic does not become a two-track recovery. We cannot leave countries embroiled in conflict and poverty to also fend off COVID-19 alone. And I was pleased to hear that President Biden and his administration's at their administration's announcement that he is donating over 500 million doses of Pfizer COVID-19 vaccines to countries in need, in addition to the 80 million previously announced. It is through efforts like these that we not only protect vulnerable populations who need the most, but we also protect ourselves here at home. We also need to consider reform at the World Health Organization, not only to examine our response to COVID-19, but how to prepare for the next pandemic that we could very well face in the years ahead. The World Health Organization is not the only organization where reform is needed, however, and I look forward to hearing how the U.S. is at the table advocating for these changes. We also must continue to press for our democratic values to shine at the UN Security Council and to resolve the conflicts that persist amid the pandemic. While the UN Security Council has served as an impactful and effective body to facilitate conflict resolutions and establish peacekeeping operations, in recent years, conflicting interests among its members reveal the challenge of resolving dire humanitarian crises and conflicts where the UN is most needed. I look forward to hearing from the Ambassador about how the United States is engaging the UN Security Council to drive action to address disastrous conflicts, such as supporting humanitarian access for life-saving assistance as the body once again debates a Syria cross-border resolution. Our re-engagement with the United Nations should be as expansive as it is necessary to meet the challenges facing the global community. We should work with the UN actors like the World Food Program and the Pan American Health Organization to provide school meals, vaccinations, and other essential services to Venezuelans, both inside of Venezuela and throughout Latin America. And we must speak the truth in UN forums, shining a light on crises like the current conflict in Tigray, where atrocities committed by Eritrean and Ethiopian troops, armed actors, and military, including sexual violence, hindering humanitarian access, and other actions continue. When the United States is engaged multilaterally, we make clear to nations that we will be held to account to bring democracy, they will be held to bring account democracy, good governance, and respect for human rights for the benefit of their own countries and their fellow member states. I now recognize my partner, Ranking Member, Mr. McCall, for his opening statements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ambassador Thomas-Greenfield, for joining us here today. And just let me first say I really appreciated the outreach to me and our phone conversation that we had. And I do think we have far more in common than we don't. And we also talked a lot about the CCP and its sort of concerted effort to take over key positions within the United Nations. And I think we need to be a leader and have the United States and our allies in those positions of power at the UN. And we are certainly in agreement on that. And thanks for being here today. You certainly have a lot of challenges, no question. As the chairman talked about, I want to start out as we speak, millions of lives are at risk in Tigray. And while maybe a lot of people back home in our districts don't know a lot about this, as the fighting continues, there is starvation and systematic rape are being used as a weapon of war. And comments from Administrator Power that Ethiopia is, quote, destroying the reproductive health of Tigrayans really calls into question whether conditions amount to a genocide under the 1948 Genocide Convention. And I don't think it's going to get better. I think it's going to get worse. At the same time, with the U.S. withdrawing from Afghanistan, we will likely face a refugee crisis in the region in the coming months. The UN will undoubtedly have a critical role to play in addressing this impending humanitarian emergency. And last year, Russia abused its Security Council vote, as the chairman talked about, to force the closure of some border crossings into Syria as well. This limited delivery of life-saving assistance to innocent Syrians is in desperate need. As you know, there's a bipartisan, bicameral support for maintaining and expanding cross-border access. Security Council will soon vote to renew access to the border crossing that allows vital humanitarian aid to flow to millions of Syrians. I hope you will update us today on your strategy to protect these crossings from Russia's malicious veto. And the lack of a robust international response to these tragedies and the missteps in the early stages of COVID-19 pandemic remind us that international organizations are important, but also need reform. And that starts, in my judgment, with the World Health Organization. Director General Tedros praised the CCP for its, quote, transparency and for setting a, quote, new standard for outbreak response. This is despite widespread evidence that the CCP was suppressing the sequence of the virus that causes COVID-19. They arrested doctors and journalists. They censored social media discussions of the outbreak within China. The WHO's embrace of the CCP's propaganda directly impacted how Americans and the entire world viewed the virus. In fact, they failed in their most paramount mission to warn the world of a global pandemic. One American expert who provides technical assistance to the WHO said, quote, "We were deceived." And on top of that, earlier this month, with the tacit approval of the Biden administration, Belarus and Syria were elected to serve on the WHO's executive board. Understandably, there have been voices, including mine, advocating for significant reforms at the WHO, including the removal of Tedros as Director General. It's no wonder the American people are losing faith in international organizations. And that's why I think, as we talked about, U.S. leadership in these organizations is really more critical now than ever, and why the United States should be honest and clear-eyed about where we choose to engage. Earlier this year, I was troubled when President Biden announced the United States would rejoin the UN Human Rights Council. I agree we have to be engaged. We can't leave the playing field. But as you know, the UN Human Rights Council has a history of protecting some of the world's worst human rights abusers. Current members of the council include the PRC, who are actively committing genocide in Xinjiang, and yet they're on the UN Human Rights Council. Russia has carried out nerve agent attacks on political opposition leaders like Navalny. And Venezuela, where Maduro-backed forces have killed more than 20,000 people. I did appreciate Secretary Blinken when he raised some of these issues publicly at the council. But we should make reforms to the council as a prerequisite to returning. And I do think it's important to remember the U.S. engagement with international organizations like the United Nations brings significant financial contributions from American taxpayers. In fact, the U.S. accounts for roughly 1/4 of both the regular and peacekeeping budgets at the UN. And we are the largest donor to the WHO, contributing roughly 15% of their annual budget in 2019. So I think the American people deserve to know that their money is being used wisely to help the global community and to influence the UN to reflect the American values of freedom and democracy. And of course, it's been reported, Madam Ambassador, that taxpayer money has went to the lab in Wuhan, and there's so many questions regarding that. I understand that the quest for scientific research, but we also need to know what happened at that lab to ensure that it never happens again. So with that, I want to thank you again for joining us. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McCall. I would like now to turn to the chair and ranking member of the International Development, International Organizations, and Global Corporate Social Impact Subcommittee. Chair Castro, I now yield 1 minute to you.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador. Welcome. Thank you for appearing before this committee to testify about our nation's priorities and work at the United Nations. There are few places in the world where building back better will be harder than at the United Nations. The United Nations is at the foundation of the international system the United States has helped build and nurture over the last 75 years. Our retreat from the UN over the last 4 years has undermined that international system at a critical moment. Urgent challenges like climate change, COVID-19, and cybercrime demand stronger United States engagement at the United Nations, not retreat, lest we allow the international system to be dominated by authoritarian states like China. I look forward to your testimony on strengthening our position at the UN and how we can ensure the United Nations remains relevant and accountable to the world we're in. With that, Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Castro. I now yield to the subcommittee ranking member, Meliotakis. You are now recognized for 1 minute for your remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ambassador Thomas-Greenfield. I'd like to thank you for joining us today, and I look forward to having a productive discussion with you at this committee meeting. In 10 days, we will commemorate the 76th anniversary of the signing of the United Nations Charter and the conclusion of the deadliest global conflict in the history of mankind, World War II. To the UN's credit, we have succeeded to tamper down the most violent tendencies of radical actors around the world for decades. But beyond this key success, the United Nations has unfortunately spawned entities like the UN Human Rights Council who act in ways that are shockingly contrary to the founding values of this body. Ambassador, members on both sides of the aisle must re-examine our relationship with corrupt elements of the UN system. We have an obligation to our constituents to ensure that their tax money is going to works and services that benefit them. We must recognize that corruption on any level and must never be on the receiving end of an American check. I look forward to discussing ways we can reach the shared goal together, and I'd like to thank you again for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Ranking Member Meliotakis. Now it's my honor and pleasure to introduce our witness. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield is a career diplomat, returning to public service after retiring from a 35-year career with the United States Foreign Service in 2017. She previously served as the Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, where she led the Bureau focused on the development and management of U.S. policy towards sub-Saharan Africa. Prior to this appointment, She served as Director General of the Foreign Service and Director of Human Resources, leading a team in charge of the State Department's 700,000-strong workforce. She has served our country overseas, including in postings in Switzerland, Pakistan, Kenya, Nigeria, and Liberia. Without objection, the witness-prepared testimony will be made part of the record, and I now recognize the Honorable Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member McCall, and distinguished committee members. I thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. 2 weeks ago, I visited the sole remaining border crossing that the UN Security Council has authorized for the delivery of humanitarian assistance into Syria. A majority of Syrians across northwestern Syria, millions of adults and children, rely on our aid to survive. COVID has only exacerbated the dire humanitarian situation. And as one refugee said to me, COVID, and I'll quote her, "COVID is just another reason to die." At the Bab el-Hawa border crossing, every month, more than 1,000 truckloads of food, clean water, medical supplies, funded in great part by the United States, are delivered by the UN to thousands of Syrians in desperate need. I had the privilege of meeting the UN and NGO humanitarian workers on the front lines of this massive aid operation. The real-life superheroes work around the clock to deliver assistance and to save lives. Their efforts in this crossing represent the best of the international community, and the crossing shows why the United Nations needs America to be engaged in leading the way. Last year, Russia led efforts to close 2 other humanitarian crossings into Syria, constricting aid at precisely the time the pandemic hit and needs soared. Soon, the Security Council will vote on the fate of the last remaining crossing. For countless Syrians, this is a life or death vote. This is but one example of how our leadership at the United Nations matters. The Biden-Harris administration believes that at its best, the United Nations can advance peace, security, and prosperity for Americans and people across the globe. But as with all institutions, realizing this vision requires hard work, commitment, and leadership. As the UN ambassador and as a member of the President's cabinet, that is my mission. During our presidency of the Security Council in March, we brought renewed focus to chronic and emerging humanitarian situations around the globe, from the coup in Burma to the crisis in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. Secretary Blinken chaired a meeting on the Syrian humanitarian situation to bring attention to the conflict on its tragic 10th anniversary. I hosted a high-level debate on conflict-driven hunger, highlighting how starvation is used as a weapon of war in places like Yemen, Ethiopia, and South Sudan. President Biden hosted UN Security Council ambassadors at the White House for a virtual meeting to underscore our commitment to multilateralism and working together to end the pandemic. And the Vice President became the highest-ranking U.S. government official to ever lead our delegation to the Commission on the Status of Women, a poignant highlight of Women's History Month. We also signaled our return to leadership in tackling climate change, rejoining the Paris Agreement and bringing together nations for a first-of-its-kind White House Climate Summit. Of course, our most pressing challenge is COVID. If we don't succeed in coming together to end the pandemic, nothing else matters. This is why President Biden announced the United States is donating 580 million vaccine doses. I was particularly proud of the President's contribution of vaccine to frontline UN personnel, like those superheroes I mentioned in Turkey. Additionally, I convened a global forum led by the Vice President focused on learning the lessons of COVID-19 before the next pandemic begins. The United States is bringing our leadership to bear on other global challenges too, from addressing threats to women and girls, to systemic racism, to maintaining peace and security, and to bolstering democracy around the globe. In particular, we have worked tirelessly and multilaterally to bring an end to the conflict in Israel and Gaza. If you take anything away from my message today, it should be that the United Nations and the world needs U.S. leadership. When we leave a vacuum, others who do not share our values and priorities are eager to step in. The goal of those who work against us is clear: to create a more favorable international environment for authoritarianism. To adapt a phrase from President Biden at the United Nations, we are in a battle for the soul of the world. This is why it is critical for the United States to lead. That means paying our dues in full and on time, aiding humanitarian and pandemic recovery efforts, expanding opportunities for American citizens to pursue careers at the United Nations, and ensuring our U.S. diplomatic corps doesn't remain understaffed and under-resourced. And it means relentlessly pursuing reforms across the UN system. Our adversaries and competitors are investing in the United Nations. We can't expect to compete unless we do too. I intend to be a strong leader on behalf of the United States at the United Nations, and to do so in close cooperation with this body. I know the UN ambassador has not visited this committee in some time, and I'm pleased to change that and to work in partnership with Congress to advance our nation's interests at the UN. I'm honored to be here with you today, and I welcome your questions.
Let me thank you for your testimony, Madam Ambassador. I will now recognize members for 5 minutes each, and pursuant to House rules, all time yielded is for the purposes of questioning our witness. I will recognize members by committee seniority, alternating between Democrats and Republicans. If you miss your turn, please let our staff know and we'll come back to you. If you seek recognition, you must unmute your microphone and address the chair verbally and identify yourself so that we know who is speaking. I will start by recognizing myself. Please note that I will be very strict in enforcing the 5-minute time limit for questioning to allow as many members as possible to engage the ambassador today. And Madam Ambassador, I will ask you to be concise in your answers, and I'll start with myself because I have several questions that I wish to ask within my limited 5-minute time. As I noted in my opening remarks, while the United States retreated over the last 4 years from the world stage, China has stepped up, advocating for their candidates in leadership elections and using our mounting arrears against us. So my question to you is, do you believe that these prior decisions hindered our ability to effectively push back against Russia and China? And as U.S. Ambassador to the UN, how are you leveraging the Biden administration's policy of renewed engagement to prevent our strategic competitors from expanding their influence in the body?
Thank you for those questions, and I can't agree more that it is important for us to pay our dues to the United Nations if we are to have our voices heard and to have our influence exerted in that organization. During the 6 months that I have been in New York, actually less than 6 months that I've been in New York, I've had the opportunity to engage with our allies, to engage with our friends, to engage with the UN, as well as to engage with the Chinese and the Russians. And it is very clear to me, without us being there at the table, many issues would be left unspoken. Many human rights violators would get away with their actions if we were not at the table to raise those issues. The Chinese regularly refer to the fact that there are countries who don't pay their dues, and they're clearly referring to us. They do pay their dues, and they exert enormous influence in the United Nations, and it's malign influence. It's influence that promotes an authoritarian approach to multilateralism, and we need to fight that every step of the way. And during our administration, we're working to enhance U.S. Leadership.
Thank you for that. And as you know, Central America and the Caribbean have been hit particularly hard by the ever-apparent impacts of climate change. We cannot deny that the devastating hurricanes and severe drought in the regions have been a major driver for migration. So now that the United States has rejoined the Paris Agreement and has installed John Kerry as Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, how can we increase collaboration with the United Nations to combat climate change and brainstorm new strategies to deal with what will likely be massive influxes of climate refugees?
Thank you for that question as well. And we are really engaging with our colleagues in the Caribbean on these issues. And as you've seen in the past few months, that former Secretary Kerry, Special Envoy Kerry, has been extraordinarily proactive. The permanent representative from St. Vincent and the Grenadines is on the council. I've engaged with her on issues related to the Caribbean, and we saw the devastating impact of the earthquake, the volcano in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and we work very closely with her to bring the international community to help them to address that issue. There are hurricanes that regularly hit the Caribbean, and again, a lot of how they respond is a result of the lack of climate consciousness in dealing with some of the climatic changes that is impacting the islands of the Caribbean. So we do look forward to working with those governments and working in the administration to raise the profile of our relations with these countries.
Thank you. Lastly, my last question is this. You know, over the past several years, I've seen one report after another detailing horrific allegations of sexual exploitation and abuse by UN peacekeepers and staff on UN agencies. You know, and most recently at the DRC, for example. And so far, the UN has not appeared to prioritize ending these crimes. So what are you doing as UN ambassador to ensure that the UN makes ending sexual exploitation abuse a top priority across its agency?
It is a top priority, and we're appalled by the reports that we have seen, not just the most recent one, but earlier reports as well. We are engaging with the UN, we're engaging with the Office of Peacekeeping Operations, as well as with other members of the Security Council to ensure that those countries that provide individuals or troops hold those individuals accountable for the actions that they take, and that the UN holds them accountable. And this is where we are working very closely with the Secretary General to push UN reform and empower him to address these issues directly and face on.
Thank you. Thank you for your answers. And I'll now call on our members for questioning, and I'll start with our ranking member, McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me just say at the outset, Susan Rice was the first African-American ambassador to the United Nations. Madam Ambassador, you are the second. And my friend to my right is the first African-American chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee. So as this nation, as we try to move forward with our race relations, let me just note for the record that we have certainly made progress. And I think it exemplifies it here today. And it's an honor to serve with you. Let me start with, and I was very, our conversation, your assessment of China and the threat from the CCP was spot on, and I was very impressed with that. This committee passed unanimously a resolution which basically labeled the crimes coming out of the Xinjiang province against the Uyghur Muslims as genocide. Do you agree with the assessment of this committee that genocide and crimes against humanity are being committed by the Chinese Communist Party in Xinjiang?
Yes, genocide is being committed against Uyghurs in Xinjiang, and the government, the PRC government, is committing crimes against humanity. We have called the Chinese out on this. I hosted a high-level virtual event on the 12th of May that was co-hosted with the UK and 18 other countries, where we address these issues in public to ensure that we continue to shine a light on what is happening in Xinjiang.
I appreciate that candid response, and I couldn't agree with you more. And I hope the bill will come to the floor soon. It calls for you, Madam Ambassador, to lead the efforts to invoke sanctions in response to this genocide. What is the administration's strategy to fulfill our legal obligations under the Genocide Convention, which requires all states to prevent and to punish these crimes of genocide?
You know, first and foremost, at the United Nations in March, the issued joint sanctions that were announced by the UK, Canada, and the EU, and we thought this was a powerful example of the impact we can have by collaborating with like-minded allies and parties. The President is in Europe as we speak, and this past week he has also engaged with allies and partners to see how we can continue our efforts to grow an international coalition of countries willing to speak out against the atrocities that are occurring in Xinjiang. And we're considering, while we're considering unilateral actions that we can take to promote accountability to the PRC government crimes and abuses, we also want to be a leader on this in the United Nations.
And I think we're always best when we lead as on democracy, freedom, and human rights, and protecting the freedoms and human rights of people around the world. And that's where this committee often comes together, as not just Republican, Democrat, but as Americans. That those are our ideals that we hold so true and so valuable. I'd like to ask you also about the COVID-19. The latest revelations coming out seem to be pointing more and more that it's a possibility, if not probability, this could have accidentally leaked from the laboratory. I know the G7 called for the WHO to lead this investigation, but given their track record and tainted history, in fact, I would say being complicit with the cover-up, General Tedros's associations with President Xi, is it possible that the WHO could ever conduct a fair investigation? And have you given any thought to perhaps an independent team of scientists under an organization with credibility? That's assuming the Chinese would ever let us in the first place.
The Biden-Harris administration has made clear it supports a robust and transparent investigation into the origins of COVID-19, of the pandemic. And we do believe that an impartial public health investigation into the origins and the early spread of the outbreak is vital to protecting us in the future against such pandemics. This administration will continue to review all the information that we have at our disposal so that we can provide that information on the origins. The WHO did pull together, appoint an independent committee that is being led by two well-respected individuals, former president of Liberia, Sirleaf, is on is co-leading that investigation. We, as the UN mission, met with her and the team involved in that, and I know that they have met with other members of the Security Council to brief on the final report. And I am confident in their abilities to get to the bottom of this, and I know that they're working hard. Their reputations are attached to this, and we're looking forward to seeing the results. But again, we ourselves are looking at this, and the President has asked that the U.S. intelligence community provide a full assessment of its findings within the next few months.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Albio Sirius of New Jersey, who's the chair of the Subcommittee on the Western Hemisphere, Civilian Security, Migration, and International Economic Policy for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Ambassador, welcome. It's great to have you in front of us here so we can ask all these difficult questions that you have all the answers for. I guess I'll start with Venezuela. As you know, Venezuela has 5-6 million people have gone past. They're spread all over South America, Central America. Yet, according to the Brookings Institute, the UN spends less money per refugee of Venezuelans than any other group. My ask to you is, could you please look into see if we can even that up? Because Venezuelans are putting a lot of pressure on all these countries that they have been spread through to Central and South America, and especially Colombia. They have 2 million Venezuelans. And I've been to the border, and it's really a crisis which doesn't get as much attention as some of the other crises in the world, but certainly could use a lot more help from the UN and help us in terms of our relation with those countries. My other question to you is Nicaragua. You know, over the weekend, the Nicaraguan government just arrested 5 more people. 4 of those that arrested so far, the 13, are presidential candidates. You know, where are we headed with this relationship with the UN and Nicaragua? Obviously, we have to speak strongly against these actions, because in my feeling, we're headed in Nicaragua is the same as Cuba, the same as Venezuela, and I won't want people in this region thinking that this is the wave of the future. So I think that the UN has to be really strong in speaking up against Nicaragua and what Ortega is doing to that country.
Good. Thank you for both of those questions. And let me just start on Venezuela. I was in Ecuador leading the presidential delegation to the inauguration of the new president of Ecuador, President Lasso. And while I was there, I had the opportunity to engage with governments from around the region, including the representatives from Venezuela who are not part of the government, to see how we could raise the profile of Venezuela. And I was impressed at how welcoming all of the countries in the region have been to Venezuelan refugees who are coming into their country, particularly Ecuador itself, a poor country itself. The UN agencies, I did have an opportunity to meet with all of the UN agencies there, as well as the NGOs who are working on Venezuelan refugees, and I can tell you that they are extraordinarily committed. I did come back to New York and brief my colleagues on the visit and the importance of us focusing attention on addressing the refugee crisis there, and I will continue to follow that closely for you, sir.
Thank you.
On Nicaragua, we're really concerned regarding the situation there, and we'll continue to keep the spotlight on the brazen repression that the Ortega regime is carrying out. The U.S. called on President Ortega and the Nicaraguan government to immediately release the presidential candidates who were arrested, and other civil society and opposition leaders who've been arrested in the wave of repression that he has carried out there. And we've imposed sanctions on 4 members of the Ortega regime. In response to these arrests, we will continue to use all of our influence, all of our diplomatic and economic tools at our disposal to support Nicaraguans' call for greater freedom and accountability there. And again, it's very much on our agenda.
And I just have a few more seconds. Let's not forget about Haiti and the Caribbean.
I did meet with the Haitian president when I was there, and I had discussions and meetings with the UN before going out. We've not forgotten about Haiti, and I am committed to continuing to work to improve the situation there.
Just a little story, when I was there, we were there with the delegation. We met with the president, and one of the things he said to us was that he wanted to bring the army back. You know, to me, we give this island money, money, money. They don't need an army. So if you could tell them that there are other countries out there without an army that are doing real well.
I will.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Chris Smith of New Jersey, who's the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health, and Global Human Rights, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Madam Ambassador. It's good to have you back. Let me just first thank the chairman for bringing up UN peacekeeping and the sexual abuse that has been embedded in many of these delegations, many of these deployments. I chaired 4 congressional hearings on the abuse by peacekeepers in DR Congo. I went there, and it's still a problem all over the planet. Kofi Annan, when he was Secretary General, put out a zero tolerance policy. In one of my hearings, I called zero compliance. They were trying in New York, but it was not being implemented in the field. So please stay at that very aggressively. The peacekeepers should be the protection, not the exploiters. As you know, and as has been mentioned, Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party are today committing genocide against Muslim Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities. Xi Jinping has said that they will show no mercy, quote unquote, as both the United States and China have ratified the UN Convention Against Genocide. However, China did take out a reservation against Article 9, which is enforcement by the International Court of Justice, which pretty much negates a lot of what can be done to hold them to account in that body. But I would think there are other ways. One, the Genocide Convention, the implementers ought to be raising the issue, and I hope that you have raised it with them, and maybe you could elaborate on that. I would also hope that we would take up and sponsor a UN Security Council resolution condemning Xi Jinping's genocide. I chaired a hearing the other day on May 18th of the Tom Lantos Commission. I'm co-chairman, so I chaired it, and we focused on the Genocide Olympics. The fact that at a time when we should be holding China to account, people are going to be traipsing to Beijing in 2022 for opening ceremonies and everything else. We need to find a new venue, a new city, or boycott. And one of our witnesses pointed out, Susan Lawrence from Congressional Research Service, that one of the stated goals of Xi Jinping is demonstrating to the world the alleged superiority of China's political system. It's not about sports. It's about selling their goods and saying how great the Chinese Communist Party is. So my hope is that a UN Security Council resolution, even though they'll veto it, it ought to be done anyway. And secondly, to have you ask the Human Rights Council to convene a commission of inquiry to look at these horrific crimes against these people in Xinjiang.
Thank you so much, Representative Smith, for that question. You and I did a lot of work together in the early 2000s when I was working in Geneva, and the issue of sexual exploitation was being dealt with at that time, and we continue to deal with this issue. And I can tell you, I am absolutely committed to pushing the UN reform agenda on this. It is unacceptable, and it is just appalling that even almost 20 years later, the issue still we're still confronted with it. So again, I commit to continuing to push against it. And on the Olympics in China, we have been consulting very closely with our allies and partners at all levels to define a common position and to establish a shared approach to the Beijing 2022 Olympics. So I do want you to know we are addressing that issue. It's not a done deal yet, and we continue to engage. And we are regularly engaging on the genocide issue of the Uyghurs and raising that at the Security Council. There was a push in the General Assembly to have discussions on this, and there are a number of countries who have allied with us and support efforts to continue to push the Chinese and highlight for the world the devastating.
If you could ask the Human Rights
Yeah,
Council
and
to take it
in the Human Rights Council.
But I
And
mean,
as you know,
table
they are a
resolution?
member of the Human Rights Council, but as a future member of the council, we intend to have this on the agenda as well.
And lastly, very quickly, for almost 4 decades, the UN Population Fund has supported, co-managed, and whitewashed the most pervasive crimes against women in human history as part of the child limitation policy. There are missing girls, daughters, maybe as many as 60 million, which has exacerbated in and of itself, it's a gender side, it's a crime against women. And my hope is that you would raise with the UNFPA, because no unwed mothers in China can give birth, period. I mean, what a horrific, and the UNFPA has not been part of reform, it has been complicit. Yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Brad Sherman of California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for being with us. Can't find anti-Semitism if you can't define it. What's interesting is some argue that calling for the abolition of Israel and the elimination of the only Jewish state isn't anti-Semitic. I put it to you that if I were to start screaming death to Albania, people would think I was an anti-Albanian bigot. And if I called for the elimination of Poland, as it failed to, as it was eliminated in the 19th century, people would think that I'm an anti-Polish bigot. Fortunately, in 2019, the UN Special Rapporteur on religious freedom, on freedom of religion and belief, released a report on combating anti-Semitism. The report called upon governments to acknowledge that anti-Semitism poses a threat to stability and security, and declared that expressions that draw on anti-Semitic tropes or stereotypes, or that reject the right of Israel to exist, or advocates discrimination against Jewish individuals, should be condemned. One of the recommendations in the report is that all states adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition on anti-Semitism. This is quite similar to the definition of anti-Semitism found in the State Department's report on global anti-Semitism published about 10 years ago. However, only 30 nations have adopted the definition to date. What is the Biden administration doing to build on this critical report and to encourage nations to adopt the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism?
Thank you so much for that question. And I think, excuse me, I think, sir, that the Biden administration's position has been quite clear as it relates to Israel, that we are absolutely categorically committed to Israel's right to exist. We will fight against every effort wherever it takes place to undermine or diminish or question Israel's right to exist. And we have committed to fighting those efforts at the United Nations when unfair resolutions have been raised targeting Israel. So across the board, I think you can be confident of our position there. We, at the same time, continue to emphasize to Israel as well that we should work together in partnership and discuss issues across the board on how to address the a two-state solution that President Biden supports.
Thank you. And I would say that there are those in this country who are shouting from the river to the sea, Palestine shall be Juden free. They don't exactly use that slogan. I gave it a bit of a German accent, but we know what they mean. I want to shift to Iran. We have UN Security Council 2231. I believe it expires in a couple of years. It limits Iran's missile program. We were not in a strong position to urge its extension when we were outside the JCPOA. Now we are doing our best to rejoin. Of course, Iran is in violation. Has the administration made a determination on whether to seek an extension of the restrictions found in 2231? And are we working at the UN to deal with not only Iran's nuclear capacity, but its ballistic missile capacity?
First and foremost, we are committed, absolutely committed to ensuring that Iran never acquires a nuclear weapon. And we do believe that our efforts over the past few months in terms of diplomacy and coordination with our allies and with our regional partners is moving in the direction to achieve that. We have also indicated that if Iran goes back into full compliance of the JCPOA, that we will go back into the JCPOA. And on the other side of the ledger, we're also working to ensure that the Iranians' destabilizing activities in the region, including provisions of weapons to violent proxies, that we fight against that. And we're redoubling our efforts regarding enforcement of the United Nations Security Council arms embargo on Iran. So it's on our agenda full time.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Steve Shabbat of Ohio, who's the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, Central Asia, and Nonproliferation for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as the Ranking member of the committee that the chair just mentioned, Madam Ambassador, I'm very concerned about the Chinese Communist Party's influence at the United Nations. Now, the previous administration had determined that the CCP had penetrated quite deeply into the UN system itself, and several Chinese nationals, for example, were really reporting back to Beijing instead of to their UN entity. Does the administration have a comprehensive, systematic plan to address this undue influence that the Chinese Communist Party has and root out bad staff there at the UN?
I'm also concerned about that, and it is very much on our agenda. We are working with our allies and our friends to ensure that like-minded or people are put in positions of power in the United Nations. But in order to do that, and countries demand that, that the UN hire their nationals, and the Chinese have pushed that agenda more aggressively in the past few years than they've ever done before. And we have to push our agenda to ensure that Americans or allies are put in some of those key positions. We engage with the UN system on the performance of people that are employed, and if there are performance issues, we constantly bring that to the attention of the United Nations. But again, I think where our voice will matter is when we pay our dues, we have more of a right to insist that we put senior Americans into positions, and we have more of a voice at the United Nations to push back against Chinese malign efforts. They're looking to change how the whole multilateral system works. They're pushing against the values that we have all worked to achieve since the United Nations was formed. And Secretary Blinken raised that when he spoke at the United Nations during the Chinese presidency in May of this year.
I'm very pleased that you are concerned about the undue influence of the Chinese Communist Party there at the UN. Let me move on to another question. I'm also one of the co-chairs of the Turkey Caucus, and in your written testimony, you discuss your trip to Syria. Now, our ally Turkey has been on the front line preventing Assad from causing a humanitarian catastrophe, even worse than he's already caused. Did you have any conversations during your trip about the continued attacks against civilians and displaced Syrians in northwest Syria, given that the Assad regime and its Russian and Iranian backers see no reason to cease their aggression? Are there any other tools we should be using to move the situation in a positive direction or to deter additional attacks?
Yeah, we did engage with the Turkish government on that. I met with the foreign minister and I met with the national security advisor. And prior to my going to Turkey, Deputy Secretary Wendy Sherman had also been there and engaged on those subjects with the government and how we can support the efforts that they are making and we are making to push back against the Assad regime.
Thank you. Now the ceasefire has been reached, conversations have turned rebuilding relative to Israel and Hamas. Past UN efforts to support Gaza have resulted in the diversion of supplies to Hamas. How does the administration plan to work with the UN to prevent Hamas and other terror groups from rearming?
That is a huge concern, and it is one that we work on almost relentlessly in terms of our own diplomacy in the region. We have assured that no U.S. assistance that is being provided to the Palestinian people gets into the hands of Hamas, and we monitor that very, very closely. I plan to make a trip out to the region sometime in the next few months. We have regularly visits out there. The Office of Population, Refugees, and Migration work very closely with the humanitarian organizations who are supporting the Palestinian people, and we are doing everything possible to make sure that nothing that we provide or others provide is being used by Hamas to attack Israel.
Thank you. My time's expired.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Ted Deutsch of Florida, who's the chair of the Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and Global Counterterrorism, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Ambassador, thank you so much for being here today. We are thrilled to have you and very excited about the opportunity to engage with our UN ambassador for the first time in many years. I want to thank you for your strong leadership thus far at the United Nations and for your deep commitment to restoring U.S. leadership in the international community. We're grateful for that. I also want to thank you for your continued engagement in the last few weeks, especially on the upcoming reauthorization of the UN cross-border resolution for Syria. There are estimates that well over 1 million Syrians will be without access to life-saving assistance without reauthorization. I would also like to point out that it is despicable that a country whose leader has gassed his own people and has dropped barrel bombs on his own people was just elected to the board of the World Health Organization, which brings me to the reform agenda of the United States that I'd really like to address. I want to raise just the issue of reform in 3 specific areas: the Human Rights Council, UNRWA, and UNIFIL. Let me start with the Human Rights Council. I thank you for your strong statements in defense of Israel. I thank you for recognizing the Council's obsession with Israel, the only country with a standing agenda item. Meanwhile, China, which is committing genocide of the Uyghurs, Venezuela, which starves its own people, Cuba, Russia, which poisons its opposition leader, and others have had seats or currently sit on the Council. So I firmly believe that we ought to be at the table. That's evidenced by the number of Israel-focused resolutions that were cut in half in the years before we withdrew. But for the Human Rights Council to be taken seriously, there has to be accountability first and foremost from its members. And I know you've talked about pursuing reforms. Specifically, what reforms are we looking at, and how can we limit some of the world's worst human rights abusers from sitting on the Council?
I have to tell you that I'm also appalled that we have to sit next to some of the world's worst human rights abuses when we're sitting in the Council. But I know that when we're sitting there at the table, we have much more influence and power to push against their efforts to push the Council in the wrong direction. And I look forward to the Council, once we're back on the Council, working with like-minded, working with our allies, working with our friends to put a reform agenda on the table in terms of membership of the Council, in terms of what the Council looks at. It is also appalling that the Council has one standing agenda, and that's Israel, when there's so many other countries that are committing human rights violations, and we see it every day in the news. So again, we know it's tough. We're not going into this with any starry eyes. It's going to take hard work, but it's going to take the work of linking and being flanked by our allies to push back on these efforts.
Appreciate that. And Madam Ambassador, I know you have a lot of allies here on this committee as you engage in that work. Moving on to UNRWA, I had said when we resumed assistance that withholding assistance to provide health care and education to kids is not in our best interest, but I also expressed serious concern about transparency and accountability at UNRWA, concerns about UNRWA textbooks. In the recent fighting, a Hamas tunnel was discovered beneath an UNRWA school. I don't know what efforts there might be to address this abuse of the facilities in Gaza to hide terror activities. But again, on the issue of reform, can you speak to the kinds of reforms that the Secretary Blinken spoke of when we resumed assistance to UNRWA?
We share your concerns about the impact that Hamas is attempting to have on the Palestinian communities, and particularly the schools. I had, as one of my first meetings during the first few weeks of my tenure at the UN, I met with the UNRWA commissioner. And I made clear to the commissioner that UNRWA has to remain consistent with UN principles, and principles which are against intolerance, principles which respect human rights and non-discrimination, and that these are non-negotiable. In addition, we talked about the textbooks and our concerns about the textbooks, and we're committed in our reengagement with UNRWA to ensure that UNRWA upholds those principles. They themselves have reviewed some of these textbooks, and they actually identified textbooks that had issues and brought those to our attention. And it's my understanding that UNRWA itself is pushing back and acting promptly to remove this material from the textbooks. Some of them are provided by countries where Palestinian refugees are, and we're also engaging with those countries. It is unacceptable to have textbooks that push for violence and has anti-Semitism embedded in their teachings.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Appreciate it very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I hope we'll have an opportunity to hear about the UNIFIL mandate that expires the end of August and attempts to reform it so that they might actually do the job that they're charged with doing. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Joe Wilson of South Carolina, who's the ranking member of the Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and Global Counterterrorism for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Madam Ambassador, best wishes for your continued success. And the people in my home state of South Carolina particularly appreciate your position with the success of our former governor, Ambassador Nikki Haley. Additionally, I was very pleased to hear your comments of visiting the refugee camp, the Syrian refugees. I've visited, and it's so inspiring to see how well organized they are and the American aid that's making a difference for people in total distress. And then I also want to thank you for your interest. You and I have many shared in St. Vincent. I visited a number of times, i.e. honeymoon, and so I know what a great place that is and what wonderful people who live there who actually coming from the coastal part of South Carolina, our accents are identical. I could interpret every word that's said in the Caribbean, as Chairman Meeks would know. And then additionally, I want to point out that I appreciate your recognition of President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, who I have visited in Monrovia, and so I have faith in her that she will indeed make every effort to identify the origin of the Wuhan virus. With that, for last month, Iranian-backed terror groups Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad targeted Israeli families with 4,500 rockets launched from Gaza, forcing Israel to respond to its citizens by defending them. I appreciate your strong support for Israel's right to defend its citizens. I appreciate the U.S.-backed efforts in the Security Council from issuing unhelpful, one-sided statements that would have done nothing to advance an end to violence. At the same time, I'm greatly disappointed but not surprised that the UN Human Rights Council that has been brought up by Chairman Smith so well, at the instigation of the Palestinian Authority Mahmoud Abbas, has approved an anti-Israel resolution establishing a permanent commission to investigate Israeli actions. I appreciate the Biden administration's principal opposition to the resolution and efforts to stop its passage. And has anyone on your team or in the UN system conducted a review of the Gaza reconstruction mechanism that the UN established after the 2014 conflict in the territory? Particularly, has an analysis been conducted to determine the amount of building materials, especially concrete, that were diverted from the mechanism to build Hamas terror infrastructure using children as human shields? Clearly, Hamas's network of tunnels benefited greatly from the UN mechanism.
Thank you for that, for that question, and I will convey to the permanent representative for St. Vincent and the Grenadines your sentiments. And on the Gaza and the building material, I don't have any specific details on that. I will get back to you on what reviews we've done. I know that as a policy, any funding that is being provided by the U.S. government is very, very closely monitored, but I don't have the exact details. So again, please allow me to come back to you.
I appreciate you looking into that. And of course, Chairman Ted Deutsch is always ahead of the curve. And so I'm appreciative that he asked questions about the textbooks by the United Nations Relief and World Works Agency. Another question would be, in recent fighting, a Hamas tunnel was discovered beneath a school which was funded by UNRWA. Are you aware of any UN efforts to address the abuses of its facilities in Gaza, which hide the terrorist activities actually being used as human shields?
Hearing of those reports are appalling, and it just shows the extent to which civilians are caught in the crossfire of this battle, and many of them are being used. I'm not aware of any UN reports on this, but again, I will raise it at with the UN and see what they have to share.
Thank you. And also, I'm really pleased with the Abraham Accords, how historic that was, the stability that was created in the Middle East. And do you see other opportunities in the UN system to encourage other Arab and Muslim nations to open relations with the State of Israel?
We're definitely looking for those opportunities, and I have engaged with countries who signed on to the Abraham Accord to see how we can work together to better support our common goals. So this is, again, something that we're quite engaged on.
Thank you for your efforts. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Karen Bass of California, who's the chair of the Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health, and Global Human Rights, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Ambassador, let me congratulate you on your appointment. Your appointment is a strong statement from the administration that elevates our standing in the UN. Your 35 years of experience in diplomacy and foreign policy and your standing with world leaders is a wonderful reset. I wanted to ask you about two issues, if I can, in my time. One is Mali, and wanted to know what the U.S. is doing to work through the Security Council to hold the coup plotters accountable. And then the other one is CAR, the Central African Republic, and want to know if the Security Council is responding to the atrocities that were reported committed by Russian mercenaries in the Central African Republic.
Thank you so much for your comments and for your questions. On Mali, I am very, very concerned about the situation in Mali and the impact across the Sahel region. And I have been engaging on a regular basis with the A3, the three African members of the Security Council and the +1 St. Vincent and the Grenadines on Mali and on Niger and Chad, and how we can support their efforts. They have incredibly provided their own troops to fight against the terrorism that is crossing in to their countries from the Sahel, and that, I think, has led to the instability in Mali that you have raised. We did put sanctions on the government of Mali after the first coup. The second one, which was against the transition government, we're still holding them accountable under our initial sanctions, and we will continue to push that government toward the elections that they have committed to holding in April of this year. But I do think we need to focus more attention on that situation, because as it spreads, we're going to see instability, not just in the Sahel. It's going to be pushed all the way to the coast as we look at countries like Cote d'Ivoire. We look at countries like Benin, and we look at the impact even in a large country like Nigeria. And we have to do everything possible to stabilize that region.
Before you move on to CAR, is there more that you think we should be doing? And if you don't have an answer for that right now, if you want to tell us later, if there's any recommendations for
I would love to get back to you with more details, but at the moment, it's just we have to pay attention to what is happening there. And we need to do it not just by the U.S. government, but in the Security Council and raise it in the Security Council. On the situation in CAR, we also were appalled by the reports that we heard of the Wagner Group's attacks on communities. And we raised it at the Security Council. The Russians did push against it, and we will continue to address that issue. But I think it is really important that these governments look at the activities of this private, so-called private military that we know is connected to the government of Russia. And governments need to push back against their activities in their borders.
Do you know if there's a response from the AU about this?
I have not seen a response from the AU.
Okay. And then speaking of the AU, how can the U.S. and the UN support the AU and other multilateral bodies beyond the Security Council to play a more constructive role, now I'm talking about Eritrea, in mediating that conflict with Eritrea and Ethiopia?
Yeah, the AU took the position that this was an internal issue and that because of sovereignty, they could not engage. We certainly don't agree with that. I have noted that it's not internal when a foreign military is inside the borders of your country, even though they were invited and then asked to leave, and it's not internal when thousands of refugees are flowing from your country into other countries. So I do think we, the United States and the international community, needs to engage more with the AU and with regional bodies and neighbors to address the situation in Tigray. The impact there is going to be far-reaching if we don't stop it from continuing.
Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Scott Perry of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Madam Ambassador, we're pleased to see you here. We understand that you have a difficult job, I imagine, swimming in a pool of sharks, and I don't think there's a lot of easy answers. I don't think any of us do. I want to turn quickly, since it was brought up, to the Olympics in China. To the extent that you can, because we have a bill in Congress, and I think it informed many in Congress and the American people, to the extent that you have the ability to further the and hasten the outcome of the decision regarding the UN and the placement of the Olympics in China and the gravity of the circumstances. And let's just call that what it is right now. What we're seeing in China is tantamount to what we saw in Germany in the 1930s. And to have the Olympics and to showcase China, to have them on the world stage is absolutely objectionable, knowing what we know. And it absolutely cannot happen. Your leadership in that regard would go a long way to inform this body, this country, about what needs to happen, what absolutely must happen. And those Olympics must be moved out of China. But moving on, I want to echo the concerns of many on this committee about the UN Human Rights Council following the Hamas attack on Israel, 4,000 rockets on their sovereign nation. The response is an investigation. Of course, we know how those investigations go. As a matter of fact, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights said that Israel may be guilty of war crimes. Since 2006, the UNHCR has condemned Israel 95 times. 95 times. In context, North Korea and Iran have been cited 14 and 11 times, respectively. It's absurd. So I can see both sides of the argument. You got to be at the table to make a difference. But the other side of the argument, which is also, I think, reasonable, is that you're complicit with, and I think you couched it perfectly. You're sitting right next to people that are in violation of the things that this council is supposed to be objecting to. At what point, and I think you know this, the American people find it objectionable that their tax dollars go to fund these organizations. We want to be at the table if we can make a difference. At what point, when we keep on funding this, and don't make a difference, do we cut bait, right? It's time to fish or cut bait. At what point are we at that point? Because the American people are tired of funding tyrants. And with all due respect, your hard work and efforts, you said, we're working to enhance our relationships, and we get all the hard work and the agreement that we have on this committee about what should be done. But if it can't be done, if all your hard work is for naught and we can't get there, at what point do we say we've had enough? Because there's you have no moral authority to sit with these thugs and murderers.
I think we have to keep pushing. I think we have to remain at the table and push against them. We know that when we're sitting at the table, that there are fewer resolutions against Israel, and we'll keep pushing for fewer, and to the point where we take Israel off of the agenda of the Human Rights Council. If we're not there, we have no influence, no impact whatsoever. And again, it's uncomfortable sitting next to those guys. And they're all guys, knowing what they are doing. But they feel the discomfort as well, because we are pushing back against them. And I can assure you that every U.S. tax dollar that's spent, we're watching those dollars every step of the way, and we're using them in ways that can get the interests of the U.S. put forward. I don't want to give up just yet. I think we have to keep trying.
Madam Ambassador, we appreciate your efforts. We've got to see some wins. Let me just turn to something else that concerns me. We have a number of laws on the books that disallow us, the United States tax dollars, from going to organizations that recognize Palestine as a state. Now, there are numerous laws, and I can cite chapter and verse for you. There's clear prohibitions in the U.S. tax code regarding this, yet we keep on funding the UN Framework for Convention on Climate Change. And while people will say it's just a treaty, there is an organization behind this treaty or this agreement. There's an organization that the United States funds. What are we to tell our constituents? When we pass laws here, presidents sign them, and then the administration just disregards them. What are we to tell our constituents about their money being used in contradiction to the laws their duly elected representatives at this level and the presidential level have passed?
Gentleman's time has expired. I would ask the witness if she could respond in writing to that question. I now recognize Representative Ami Bera of California, the chair of the Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, Central Asia, and Nonproliferation, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Madam Ambassador, thank you for your years of service to our nation. Several questions. Sometimes when I think about UN politics, they're worse than congressional politics in many ways. And for years, I think this body in a bipartisan way has looked at the permanent membership of the Security Council as a relic of the post-World War II world order, as opposed to the 21st century. When we think about expanding the permanent membership, obviously the politics are pretty fraught, but in my time in Congress, we've certainly pushed to include the G4 nations. We've passed resolutions to support India's inclusion, but you make the case for Japan, Germany, Brazil, et cetera. What are things that we could do in a tangible way to bring the UN Security Council into the 21st century in terms of the permanent membership?
That's a tough question. I think we're all trying our best to make the UN Security Council more efficient, more effective, function better, and also address some of the reform issues to include expansion. And a lot of that depends on coordinating with the other members of the Security Council. We actually support some expansion of the Council, particularly of non-permanent members. We don't support, and actually probably the Chinese agree with us, that any other Security Council member will get the veto, or that we would give up our veto power, because we do see that as an important tool that we have to ensure that our own interests are promoted at the Security Council.
Well, we'll keep working with you. Another area that I focused on my time on the Foreign Affairs Committee is global fragility and fragile states. And one of our best tools to address fragile states is focusing on women and girls and directing aid there. And one of our best tools is addressing the issue of pregnancy spacing and making sure women have full reproductive rights and assistance. And obviously, we're making a big push to get rid of the global gag rule. But also, the work that UNFPA does is incredibly important. I've had the chance to visit Syrian refugee camps in Jordan, Camp Zaatari, where they're doing incredible work reducing maternal mortality, addressing teen pregnancy, et cetera. I think you recently met with UNFPA's executive director, and on this issue of supporting women and girls, supporting reproductive freedoms and rights. Again, I think it's one of the best strategies we can have if we want to address fragile states. And I'd be curious on your thoughts on how we could be supportive of your work.
Well, thank you very much. And I can tell you that the key to supporting women and girls is education, because we know that if women and girls are educated, they have better understanding of their reproductive rights and how they can improve their own life standing by addressing those issues. And UNFPA has been a key supporter in that essential work to addressing some of the issues that women and girls face in terms of their right. Preventing maternal death and responding to gender-based violence are really important, and they are issues that we find particularly critical. And we've worked with UNFPA on those issues. But again, for me, it's education. I've seen it all over the world, and I know that when girls are educated, when women are educated, their lives improve.
Great, fantastic. And in the brief time I have left, on my subcommittee, which is Asia and the Pacific, and a number of members have already brought up what's happening in Xinjiang with the Uyghur population. It's been incredible, the silence of Muslim majority countries on what's happening, and is there anything we can do to engage the Muslim majority countries through the UN to raise these issues and bring pressure on China to change its policy?
I think we have to regularly and aggressively engage them on these subjects. We expect that other Muslim countries will be supportive of this population. So I do think we have to push them on that issue. We have to call them out on it and make sure that they stand with like-minded people.
Great. Thank you again.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Darrell Issa of California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, as we speak, UNIFIL is dealing in probably its 5th year since discovering that there are active tunnels leading from Hezbollah areas in the south of Lebanon into and over the border of Israel. These tunnels have historically been used, and in 2006, it became a UN mandate that they be regularly inspected and, of course, eliminated. There's been no inspections since 2018. What will you be doing to ensure that the United Nations asserts its authority that it was granted in 2006 at the end of the last conflict?
We work very closely with the UN to ensure that we hold them accountable for their mandate responsibilities. And on UNIFIL, we have been working with the UN to encourage them to, again, be very diligent and work to find where these tunnels are and to deal with them. I will, again, raise that with the UN as we move forward on this, but we do know that UNIFIL does provide a level of security inside of Lebanon that we think is important.
And I appreciate that, but since 2018, they're being denied the tunnels, particularly after the last round of attacks that came out of Gaza, with some rockets being fired out of Lebanon. It certainly seems like we're on the precipice of a potential return to 2006 that was devastating for Israel, but also devastating for the innocent people in other parts of Lebanon. Switching subjects a little bit, as you know, Lebanon has the highest concentration of refugees of any country on earth. About 1 in 4 people in Lebanon currently are refugees. But the total number of refugees, according to the United Nations, now has risen to over 79 million. What will be your initiatives before the UN to get the UN to deal, rather than with counting, actually finding ways to relocate and or at least make livable the situation for those 9 million refugees scattered around the world?
Thank you for that question. I met yesterday and participated in a program with the High Commissioner for Refugees, Filippo Grandi, and we had 3 refugees participate in that discussion. And we talked about how we can find long-term, durable solutions for refugees. The U.S. has always been a major contributor to refugee resettlement. Mr. Grande told us yesterday they only resettled 35,000 people. That 35,000 number is 2/3 less than the U.S. would have resettled in previous years. So one, we need to work to resume our resettlement program, as the Biden administration has already started. We need to push other countries to increase their resettlement numbers. And then third, we have to work with the countries who are refugee receivers, countries like Lebanon, countries like Turkey, countries like Ecuador that I just visited, where they are providing durable solutions and permanent.
Ambassador, I apologize, but I'd now like to yield my remaining time to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Young Kim.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Issa, and thank you, Ambassador, for joining us.
Your microphone.
It is on, isn't it?
And then hit the button. For some reason, your mic must not be working.
It was not loud enough. I think she was on, though.
So, Mr. Fitzpatrick, see.
I apologize. Is that better? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Representative Issa, and thank you, Ambassador, for joining us today. As you know, the sanctions were imposed on North Korea by the United Nations in response to its aggressive nuclear testing program that threatened to destabilize the region. And these sanctions were effective and put real pressure on the North Korea regime to change its behavior. However, we have unfortunately seen some within the People's Republic of China assist North Korea in skirting those sanctions. Just last year, for example, a UN panel concluded that North Korea had sharply stepped up its trade on coal and oil products with the help of China's shipping industry that resulted in North Korea exporting 3.7 million tons of coal. These profits nullify the pressure of sanctions and enable the Kim regime to further oppress its people and modernize its nuclear weapons program. So, Ambassador, what steps will you be taking to ensure China adheres to this UN-imposed sanctions on North Korea and cracks down on illicit trade with the Kim regime?
Yeah, thank you for that question, and let me assure you that this is an issue that is on our plate. We have raised it in the context of the Security Council, and we continue to work closely with the other members of the Security Council to promote full implementation of Security Council resolutions, including sanctions against the DPRK government. We are aware of the reports regarding China. I have actually had discussions directly with the Chinese on this issue. Of course, their view is that they're not breaking the sanctions, but we've made clear that our view is that they are.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you very much.
I now recognize Representative Joaquin Castro of Texas, who's the chair of the Subcommittee on International Development, International Organizations, and Global Corporate Social Impact for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. The United States, along with our allies, set up the United Nations in 1945 to be the foundation for the post-war international system. So much of what we take for granted, including preserving the peace, accountability for war crimes, and protecting the rights of smaller nations, is built on those foundations from the lessons we learned during the Second World War. But the United Nations will only be as effective as the world considers it relevant to the challenges of the 21st century. The countries that uphold the international system today include Japan, India, Germany, and others that do not hold permanent seats on the Security Council. And the UN spent decades building up the institutions to tackle 20th century challenges like decolonization and nuclear proliferation, but now faces the task of reforming itself to tackle 21st century challenges like climate change, COVID-19, and cybercrimes. What are we doing to ensure the United Nations continues to be the foundation of the international system? And what changes or new initiatives do you see the United Nations taking on to maintain its legitimacy and also to include new voices and address the challenges of our century?
Thank you so much for that question. We still believe in the founding principles of the United Nations, and we still think those founding principles are relevant in this new era when we have different challenges that we're facing, because the challenges we're facing still are about people, and the United Nations should be about protecting people. Secretary Blinken was in New York during and spoke both during the month that I chaired and also during the month that the Chinese chaired. And one of the sessions was on the importance of multilateralism, and he stressed in his speech the importance of continuing to promote the principles of the UN, the values of the UN in our multilateral system. And then, again, we're working with these countries, and we're prepared to address issues of reform, and we are doing that.
Well, with this new Congress and this new administration, particularly in our subcommittee, I know we've tried to assess what I would consider the damage of the last 4 years and also our current status. And so I wanted to ask you, how have prior U.S. actions like withholding funding for UN peacekeeping, withdrawing from the World Health Organization, threatening sanctions against international organizations, or illegally attempting to use UNSC snapback sanctions without the support of our allies affected our nation's ability to bring about these changes?
Thank you again for that question. We absolutely believe that it is important for the U.S. to be at the table in all of these organizations and to fight against efforts that might diminish our own leadership. Our leadership is important. I talked about that in my address, that we have to exert that leadership. We have to work with our allies, and we have to work inside the UN to improve and reform how the UN functions. We can't do that from outside, and we can't do it alone. And that's what I have been engaged in over the past months in the UN, re-engaging, reasserting our leadership, and reestablishing our voice, and hopefully paying our dues so that our voice can be heard.
And you may have to answer this question for the record, but let me set it up. Last month, this committee heard from Secretary Kerry on his work as the U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate. I raised the issue of climate refugees and what the United States could do to improve and strengthen protections for peoples displaced by climate, including through U.S. law and conventions of the United Nations. Secretary Kerry said that, quote, "We have to have a formal acceptance of the concept of climate refugees," unquote, and that he would raise it with those in the administration working on the issue. And so just as the UN's refugee and migration systems were informed by the mass displacement of World War II and decolonization, how will the UN serve the needs of this century by addressing climate-driven migration? What will the Biden administration do to update and strengthen international rules for resettling people displaced by climate change? I got like 28 seconds. So
I'll just start by saying that the UNHCR and the international system is constantly reinventing itself, and climate refugees, of course, are not recognized. But many people who are so-called climate refugees are climate refugees that have also been pushed out by conflict, because climate sometimes will lead to conflict.
Sure.
So I do think we have to work together to review those definitions.
thank you, Ambassador.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Adam Kinzinger of Illinois for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ambassador, thank you for being here, and thanks for your good work. I'm a believer in the role that the U.S. plays in the United Nations. I think it's important for us to do that, and I think a lot of the times conflicts avoided can never be really measured, you know, in the sake of how diplomacy works. But I think one of the things to maintain the legitimacy of the UN and our role there is to talk about sometimes when absurdity happens. And one of those, you know, as you well know, the Assad regime has killed over 500,000 of its own people. I think it's really going to end up being one of the shames of our generation that this happened. And we look at, of course, the refugee crisis and everything associated with it. We saw another, in fact, this week in another hospital in Idlib being targeted by Assad and his Russian backers. You believe, I'm sure, that it's a war crime to knowingly bomb hospitals. So given Assad's record for targeting hospitals, what do you make of the recent news that Syria has been appointed to the World Health Organization's executive board?
Agree with you that it's absurd and they should not be there. I met when I was at the border with the white helmets. These are these amazing young doctors, Syrian doctors, who actually don't run away from the bombings. They run toward the bombing to save people. And they shared with me their experiences of having their hospitals bombed. And again, it's just absurd that Syria is on the WHO.
What can we do to ensure that war criminals are not rewarded for their behavior? Because, you know, Russia and Syria have been given the coordinates of the hospital that was bombed, and it's a blatant violation of international law. So did we oppose Syria's accession to the leadership of the WHO 2 weeks ago?
This is why we think we have to have our voices heard at the table, and we have to push back against these efforts. Syria did run unopposed, and we made sure that we expressed our disappointment that Syria was there.
So do we have an accurate number? You may not know this, but has Syria been accurately reporting COVID numbers, for example?
I have not seen that. We can check on that for you, but I do know that the COVID vaccine has, because of the border closings, we have not been able to get the vaccine into some areas of Syria, and I know that the UN is trying.
Yeah, because I know at least in the past we had no real idea of what COVID was doing in Syria, and I think that's important to state publicly, given that, again, Syria is now on the WHO. And but Article 7 of the WHO Charter outlines mechanisms for the Healthy Assembly to suspend voting privileges of a member under extreme circumstances or extraordinary circumstances. Given the documented targeting of Syrian hospitals by Assad and Russia, do I have your commitment to at least investigate suspending voting privileges and services of Russia and Syria in the WHO, which is consistent with their constitution?
I will raise that with our colleagues who work on the WHO. I don't know that it has come up, but I will check and get back to you.
Okay. And let me ask you, too, one of the greatest threats I think we face, both frankly in this country and around the world, is the rising threat of Russian and Chinese authoritarianism. While both countries pose their individual challenges, we've seen the spread of their ideology throughout the world, and it's clearly on display at the UN, where Russia and China undermine the rules-based international order. Do Russia and China cooperate to use their seats on the UN Security Council? And if so, how's it been detrimental to making it a better place for the world?
Yeah, the Security Council is a weird environment. So there are times when we do cooperate with the Russian and Chinese on issues that are of mutual interest to us as a country. On climate change, we've been able to cooperate with them. I don't know if I would use the word cooperate, but I'm meeting regularly with my Russian counterpart to push them on the issue of reopening the Syrian border. I think it is absolutely important that they make the right decision here, and they need to hear it from all of us. And my visit to the border was to inform my understanding so that when I meet with the Russians, I can describe what I'm seeing there and the impact that their decision will have.
Well, like everybody else, I have a lot more questions I'll submit, but I thank you for being here. Thank you for your time, and Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Good, thank you.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Dina Titus of Nevada for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Ambassador. What a blessing it is to have you representing us in the UN after the last administration. I certainly appreciate all you've said today about re-engaging, reestablishing ourselves, having a seat at the table. The two organizations that have gotten the most attention are the World Health Organization and the Human Rights Council. But there are other subsidiaries of the UN where I think we should also be engaged, especially the ability to use soft power as try to reconnect with other countries or reassert our leadership. Two of those are the United Nations World Tourism Organization and UNESCO. I wonder if you would address those a little bit and what's going on and what we're doing to try to, again, have a seat at the table at these important but lesser known perhaps or less highlighted organizations.
Thank you for that question. I have to admit I have not engaged with the World Tourism Organization, so I will now have to connect with them. On UNESCO, we're still reviewing our decision on UNESCO. We do see that UNESCO does provide some needed services across the world, but again, our concerns with UNESCO relates to Palestinian membership, and we're working through that at the moment.
Well, I hope we'll be able to re-engage. And I also noticed in the president's budget, there is some funding to maybe pay 1 year of those back dues so we can at least start to participate.
Again, I'll check on that and get back to you.
Okay. Well, thank you. At the other end of the political spectrum, from UNESCO and saving World Heritage Sites, let me ask you about nuclear weapons. There are so many treaties out there. Some we're signatories to, some we haven't ratified, some related to testing, development. Would you address what the administration plans to do at the UN to either be sure that testing is monitored or there is no testing or different weapons are developed as China and Russia seem to be pushing this envelope if we're not engaged?
We're working very, very closely with the IAEA, which is the organization in the United Nations with the responsibility for that. And in particular, IAEA has been engaging with the Iranians on monitoring their nuclear capabilities and to ensure that they don't break any of the resolutions or restrictions that we have placed. So this is something, again, that we are concerned about and we continue to work on.
Well, beyond the Iranians, is there anything going on with some of the other countries that you...
Again, we're working on ensuring that the sanctions that we have on DPRK on their ballistic missiles program is being monitored closely as well, and they are being held accountable for any activities that they make on the Korean Peninsula. So I would say across the board, this is an issue that the Security Council is engaged on.
Well, thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Representative Lee Zeldin of New York for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Madam Ambassador, congratulations on your selection, and welcome to the committee again. I wanted to ask, with regards to Golan Heights, what is the administration's position on recognizing Israeli sovereignty over it?
This is an issue that the administration is still working on. We're still pushing for a two-state solution that allows Israel to live in peace and security and recognizes its right to exist. And I know that in terms of the Golan Heights, that's something that is not yet on the agenda.
The prior administration recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. Has that changed?
We have not changed any of the decisions of the prior administration.
Sally Berisha was recently hit with sanctions. The reference made by the Biden administration was a charge of corruption, but I've been trying to find out additional information on what that corruption is. Is there anything else that you can add other than just the word corruption?
I'll have to get back to you on that one. It's not an issue I have any details on.
Okay, I asked the Secretary of State that question. He's the one who authorized it, and he said that I should follow up and send a letter, and I haven't gotten a response to the letter, and you're here, and I figured I'd ask, but no one in the Biden administration is able to add anything beyond just the word corruption.
I will convey your question back to the Secretary again and follow up with you.
Thank you. And following up on something that Mr. Deutsch asked you about with regards to the UNRWA, the textbooks, what do you do? What steps can you take to make sure that the UN and UNRWA are actually making those changes to the textbooks? Because you inherited years of this back and forth of the reports would come back that we're working with the UN, we're working with UNRWA, but it's still an issue many years later. What specifically can you do what's your leverage to make sure that happens?
In our re-engagement with UNRWA this time around, the Office of Population, Refugees, and Migration is drafted an MOU with all of the requirements that we have of UNRWA. And then again, this is something that we will be very, very closely monitoring. We have seen some evidence where UNRWA itself has monitored and found problematic terminology in books, and they brought that to our attention and moved it off of out of the school system. But we also have to push for the countries, because many of the textbooks are developed by the countries, and push these countries also to deal with unacceptable language in those textbooks. But we're going to be monitoring this even more closely than we've ever done before.
And something that has happened in the past is that there would be an English-only supplement that would have the more proper material in it, but the educators on the ground aren't using that English-only supplement. They're still using the textbook. And that's something that I just put on your radar as not being an acceptable response for them, is just adding some insert that's not going to actually get used. They have to actually get rid of the bad textbooks.
I agree with you, and we will follow up on that.
Thank you. Are there any UN peacekeeping operations at all? I mean, many have been going on for half a century. Are there any UN peacekeeping operations that you're identifying as needing to be winding down in any way or cut? I mean, it's a broad scope all across the entire world. Are you identifying any as a mission that's winding down or should be winding down?
We're reviewing them just for that purpose, and I'm actually proud that one UN mission that not only drew down but ended was the UN mission in Liberia. And that was something that I worked very, very closely with the president of Liberia, with the UN special representative to address, and it was a very orderly process, and I think it's an example that other peacekeeping missions can use as they look at what is needed for them to draw down.
If you can provide that once you put that report together and you've finished your work, that would be an update I'm sure many on the committee would love. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative David Cicilline of Rhode Island for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador, for your extraordinary service to our country and your willingness to come out of retirement to serve as our ambassador. First, I'd like to focus on the UN peacekeeping missions. The United States has long been the top contributor to the UN peacekeeping missions around the globe, though the Trump administration allowed arrears to pile up and autocracies like Russia and China to influence the peacekeeping missions. Can you speak for a moment about the value of UN peacekeeping missions and why it's vital for the United States to continue to adequately fund these missions?
Thank you very much for that question. Right now, we have $300 million that we are prepared to pay toward our arrears. 300 million of a $900 million bill. And the reason we should pay that is that we find that peacekeeping missions are more efficient and more effective and more cost-saving for the United States than putting our own U.S. boots on the ground. They also provide the opportunity for cost-sharing with other countries. And so we want to promote cost-sharing as well. And while we know that peacekeeping missions need to be monitored closely, we know that we need reform to deal with issues like sexual exploitation that we've seen happen in the past. We are working to address those issues, but the opportunity cost for having a peacekeeping mission in a place like Liberia, for example, where they did bring peace and provided protection for ordinary people, that the value of that is incalculable.
Thank you. In recent years, the LGBTQI community around the world has been subjected to increased persecution and violence. During the COVID-19 pandemic, members of the LGBTQI plus population in states around the globe have been denied access to care and have been scapegoated by those that seek to spread their hateful ideologies. In Ukraine, a senior Orthodox church official went so far as to deem COVID-19 as a punishment from God for homosexuality. This is obviously intolerable, but what is the U.S. currently doing to advance the human rights of LGBTQI persons at the United Nations, and what role does the UN Refugee Agency continue to play in ensuring that LGBTQI refugees are resettled in safe, welcoming environments?
On your last question, I know that UNHCR focuses a tremendous amount of attention on the LGBTQI community and finding resettlement opportunities for them if they are unable to stay in place, and we will continue to work with them on that because that's a priority for us as well. But also at the United Nations, we have been very, very aggressive and proactive on promoting the rights of the LGBTQI community around the world. And we have raised it in the context of the Human Rights Council, and we have had open discussions on issues in New York where we have highlighted this issue. So again, it's an important issue for us, and we're a leader on this issue.
Thank you. My final question, Ambassador. Over the past few years, autocratic states have increasingly sought to use the UN to advance their agendas, watering down language supporting human rights, promoting state sovereignty as an excuse to restrict civil society, arresting journalists, and jailing human rights defenders, and shaping international norms to suit their autocratic policies. While you noted in your confirmation hearing how China is working to drive an authoritarian agenda, this push is also coming in large part under the banner of countering terrorism. And so as the U.S. seeks to kind of once again take a leadership role at the UN, how are you thinking about countering authoritarian states and their anti-democratic and human rights abusing agendas and ensuring that counterterrorism does not become a vehicle for human rights abuses, and what can we do to support you in that work?
Again, we have to recognize that it's a problem and also try to address it at the UN. We're seeing this issue over and over again. We're seeing China push its authoritarian agenda into the United Nations system. We're seeing it done by Russia. And what I'm seeing is that they're investing a lot more in their people who are coming into to work in New York. And we have to invest in our people as well so that we have people to counter these efforts. When they're putting text into documents, we need to have people who can monitor that, who can watch that, and who can push against that. And we allowed, I think, some text over the past 4 years that was really unacceptable because we were not at the switch at the time. we have to make sure that we're always, always at the switch, always looking at these documents and making sure that we push against their language.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Ann Wagner of Missouri, who is the vice-ranking member of the full committee, for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and over here. And thank you, Ambassador Thomas-Greenfield, for your time and your service. The United Nations was, as we know, created under American leadership to enable all countries to flourish in peace and prosperity and security. After the unimaginable tragedy of 2 world wars, the United States built a new framework for a peaceful and prosperous future based on universal human rights, democracy, and rule of law. The #1 principles: human rights, democracy, and rule of law. Today, it appears and has become clear that the People's Republic of China, or PRC, will exploit any opportunity to roll back America's historic achievement. PRC is not only building a rival system of Beijing-led institutions designed to supplant the existing order, but is also weaponizing its influence in the United Nations to chip away at international resistance to the Chinese Communist Party priorities, like the coercive Belt and Road Initiative and the censorship and surveillance of dissidents and minority groups. Preventing the PRC from subverting international institutions must be a central goal of the United States. Ambassador, the PRC is seeking to install its own candidates in leadership positions in key UN bodies. I will say that the Trump administration successfully fended off a PRC bid to take control of the UN's World Intellectual Property Organization. It was, I think, a major victory in the U.S. fight to end China's pervasive theft of international property, which is, frankly, a national security threat costing the United States anywhere between $225 and $600 billion per year. What UN bodies does China prioritize in its attempt to co-opt the organization, and how will you continue our work to counter these efforts?
Thank you so much for that question. And let me tell you that we are making every effort to fight against Beijing's malign influence in the United Nations. Right now, the Chinese have control over, and I may not be fully correct on this, but I think 3 technical organizations: ICAO, FAO, and I think the ITU. And don't hold me on that one. My staff will send you a correction.
Please.
But they are 3 technical agencies, and then they attempted to take on WIPO. And so we will be pushing hard against those efforts. What we have to do, we don't have to control these organizations ourselves. It's not always necessary to put an American there, but it is necessary for us to push for like-minded countries, for allies, to support the efforts of people who believe in the values of the United Nations system.
I agree.
Because it's clear the Chinese do not.
I understand that the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, is using the United Nations to legitimize and promote its Belt and Road Initiative, a predatory economic program aimed at extending China's influence throughout the world. As of September 2020, more than 30 UN entities had signed agreements in support of the Belt and Road Initiative. Ambassador, how does UN support for the Belt and Road Initiative make it more difficult for developing countries to resist China's malign influence? And how does the United States support countries that are seeking to reduce the dependence on China?
And we're pushing back in New York with those agencies who have signed agreements with the Chinese, because we think it's unacceptable that they've signed such agreements. And we're working with many of these small countries who are under tremendous coercion by the Chinese in New York.
Thank you. And I don't mean to cut you off, but I have one other thing I want to bring up, just a topic that you may not be able to answer, but can look into. The UN standard-setting body for information technologies, the International Telecommunications Union, China is working to shape facial recognition and surveillance standards, and I am gravely concerned that these efforts, if successful, will be used to support China's genocidal campaign to persecute the Uyghur Muslims, and could even help other authoritarian governments crack down on groups that they deem to be a threat. So I'd like you to look into the status of this disturbing campaign and find out what we can do to ensure that the standards in these fields reflect and respect the privacy and human rights of all. And I have run out of time, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Jerry Connolly of Virginia, who is the president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair and welcome, Madam Ambassador. Last time I saw you, we were on a Zoom together, if you remember, with Nicholas Burns, talking about the need to sort of reset a balance in the ratio of political appointees in terms of ambassadorships and careerists, and to, frankly, have a lot more diversity in the Foreign Service at the higher ranks as well as the recruitment level, and to stem the loss of minority members of the Foreign Service when they come in and leave too early. It may be a little bit impolitic to ask you, but from your vantage point, given the fact that you are a career Foreign Service officer, in fact, a very senior one, how do you think we're doing on those scores?
It's still a work in progress. I know that Secretary Blinken is absolutely committed. He knows that diversity is a strength. I'm looking at the appointments that he is making in terms of, and with the president in terms of senior positions in the department, and it's clear to me that diversity is a priority in those appointments, but we have to have the people to appoint.
That's right.
And as you mentioned, we lost a lot of our diverse Foreign Service and Civil Service employees over the past few years.
I just think it's a critical issue, because if we're going to be presenting the face of America to the world in our embassies and consulates and specialized agencies of the UN, we got to look like America.
We absolutely,
And,
it's a priority for me.
That's
I
right.
will work on that.
And just a word of caution, you may recall in that conversation, while I think the goal, I understood the goal, but a rigid percentage of political appointees to these positions when we're trying to have more diversity may be counterproductive. Maybe once we achieve some goals, maybe then. But one way to achieve some diversity fairly expeditiously is through political appointments.
Yeah.
Because we're not going to get them through the ranks if we don't have them to begin with. So I just mentioned that. Can we talk refugees for a minute? I mean, we have almost unprecedented numbers of refugees worldwide. Syria is generating millions of refugees in Turkey and Lebanon and the region. Libya, Ethiopia right now in terms of conflicts, certainly Central America. And last year, the United States, I believe, took in 16,000 refugees. 16,000. To what extent do you get involved in discussions about we need to, to what extent do you get involved in the discussion about admissions of refugees here from your vantage point at the United Nations in terms of what the U.S. obligation is and how hamstrung or not you are in talking to other countries to do a better job when we're not doing it here at home?
Well, I made as one of my key areas of focusing on humanitarian and refugee issues, because I spent half my career working on these issues. And the administration knows that I have experience in this area, and so my advice is sought. And I also don't hesitate to share my views as it relates to refugee issues. We do have a challenge, and the challenge is rebuilding the infrastructure. In 4 years, the infrastructure for taking in refugees was completely destroyed, down to 16,000 from over 100,000. And I mentioned earlier that Filippo Grandi told me the entire for the entire world, only 34,000 refugees were resettled last year. So it's not just us, it's also other countries. And I will certainly use my voice and my experience, not only here in the United States, but pushing other countries to share in the responsibility of looking for resettlement opportunities. And
So I've introduced a bill called the Lady Liberty Act that would set a floor on the number. So it says, yes, the president can set the limit, but it can't ever fall below 150,000. And that's sort of the high water mark of the Obama years. So you might want to take a look at it. But I look forward to working with you on that. I think it's a critical humanitarian issue, but it's also a definitional issue for who we are, America.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for your work, Madam Ambassador. Look forward to working with you.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Andy Barr of Kentucky for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Thomas-Greenfield, congratulations on your appointment. Some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and many in the Biden administration, including, I believe, the President himself, have characterized the foreign policy of the previous administration as a policy of retreat or disengagement. I fundamentally disagree with that characterization. And I know your predecessors, Nikki Haley and my fellow Kentuckian, Ambassador Kelly Craft, would disagree with that characterization and would argue that America First, the America First policy and constructive multilateralism are not mutually exclusive. And that's the key word there, constructive multilateralism. I believe the accurate characterization of the Trump foreign policy is America First. To me, American leadership is not disengagement, it's not retreat, but it is also not subordinating the interests of the United States to other nations, the United Nations or international organizations. So the question is, will you commit, Ambassador, to always and in every instance prioritize American interests over the interests of any other nation?
That's our job, sir.
Good.
America is what I represent.
I'm glad.
That's our job.
Glad to hear that commitment. And will you also commit to prioritize American interests over multilateralism for multilateralism's sake?
We work on multilateralism for America's sake.
Great.
So that's
great
our
to,
goal.
Great to clarify that right up front. Let's follow up on Representative Wagner's question to you about China's influence at UN specialized agencies. Madam Ambassador, you know that the PRC currently occupies a number of important positions, as you mentioned. The UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, the International Telecommunications Union, the UN Food and Agricultural Organization, as well as an increasing number of junior professional officers within the UN Secretariat. I know you said that you'll be pushing hard and that you will be working with like-minded or allies to fill those key positions, which is very welcome testimony. What, though, is your strategy? What is the specific strategy to assert U.S. leadership in these organizations when vacancies arise? As Representative Wagner, former Ambassador Wagner, pointed out, the previous administration was successful with WIPO in blocking a Chinese national from leading that. What is the Biden administration strategy? What is your strategy to block Chinese influence at these specialized agencies?
Well, first and foremost, we have to be there to engage, to watch, to make sure that we are putting forth good, strong candidates and pushing back against the Chinese. But the administration has established an office in our International Organizations Bureau that focuses on personnel issues at the UN. So the other side of that is identifying good Americans to apply for these jobs and also putting some support and backing behind recruiting Americans to apply for UN positions. The Chinese pay for a ton of JPOs, junior professional officers. We're not paying for enough. We need to have more, put more funding behind putting young Americans into these positions and grow them from below so that they get the experience and are prepared to move in senior positions.
That's great.
Later on.
Thank you very much for that. And as you know, the UN Development Pillar is where China has sought UN backing for the Belt and Road Initiative and has had too much success there. And let me just also say, the ITU concerns me greatly because of Huawei and China's malign influence in the telecom space. Let me finally ask you about the American University in Afghanistan. This is Afghanistan's only nationally accredited private, not-for-profit, nonpartisan co-ed university. It enrolls more than 1,700 students. Support for women's education has been a critical legacy for the United States in Afghanistan. However, in areas of Afghanistan being retaken by the Taliban, we are already seeing girls being kicked out of schools and prevented from receiving an education. What will America's legacy in Afghanistan be if President Biden's withdrawal policy enables the Taliban to retake control? And what is your plan to aid these women currently enrolled at the American University in Afghanistan who are facing a potential end to their education?
We're going to continue to be proactively engaged in Afghanistan diplomatically, in terms of our development programs and our humanitarian programs. We're not shutting down or closing our presence in Afghanistan. And while we're not starry-eyed about what we see the Taliban doing, Afghanistan has a very well-functioning army that we will continue to work to train and to push back against Taliban efforts to take over the country. So we will still be engaged. We put 20 years into educating girls and women and providing support to the Afghan people, and we can't turn our backs on them, and it's not our intention to do that.
Thank you. My time has expired, and again, congratulations.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Susan Weil of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Ambassador. I wish I had an entire afternoon to speak with you and ask you questions. I actually could probably spend an entire afternoon just fangirling you, but since I have so many questions, I'm going to refrain from doing that. Like so many members here, some of my constituents have family members in India and in many countries that are most affected by the COVID pandemic right now. So far, around 85% of COVID vaccines have gone to middle and high-income countries. And I appreciate that the Biden administration joined developing nations in calling for an intellectual property rights waiver on COVID vaccines. But the European Union appears intent on blocking this solution at the WTO, instead proposing an alternative plan that it says is aimed at boosting production of vaccines without waiving IP rights, whereas the European Parliament has voted to back the waiver. What is the administration's strategy, if there is one, for addressing the disagreement with the Europeans on this issue?
Well, first and foremost, President Biden is there. He's our biggest tool, and he's engaged with the European community on this issue. And so we will be pushing for this, and we did in the G7. He rallied our allies to not only increase their global vaccine supply, but take the steps that you describe are needed to address the COVID-19 pandemic. So it's still a work in progress, but the fact that we have given 500 million vaccines, 580 million vaccines will be totaled by next year, I think is a key example of our leadership in this area, and I think we will see other countries want to emulate that.
I do hope the Biden administration stays firm on that and continues to work on formulating a sustainable solution to make sure that we're delivering adequate vaccine to developing countries in the long run. I'd like to shift gears completely, Madam Ambassador, and tell you that just this week, my office met with a group of, and I know I'm going to botch this, Banyamulenge people in the DRC who have experienced widespread violence. The homes of the families of the individuals who my office met with have been burned to the ground. Their lives are in danger, and they need help right now. How does the administration plan to address this urgent crisis in the DRC at the United Nations level?
Thank you. I'm concerned about that as well. I get a lot of emails from that Congolese community describing the horrific violence against the Banyamulenge in DRC. And we're pushing the UN, to engage. They have a peacekeeping force there the peacekeeping forces need to be addressing these protection issues of this community, and we need to engage with the current government. There's a new, well, relatively new president. He's now head of the African Union, and we need to encourage him to also address this issue, which is on his watch as president of this country. But it's an issue that is pretty much on my agenda, because everybody thinks Africa is my agenda, and I'm hearing about it and I'm engaging with the community, but I'm also engaging with the United Nations to encourage a more proactive protection regime.
And you, better than I, of course, know that the DRC has just seen decades and decades of devastating violence, and the violence, I believe, has been fueled by large corporations, in part by large corporations' demand for the mineral wealth of the DRC.
They have minerals whose names I can't even pronounce.
Well, I hope that with your help and leadership and that of the Biden administration, that the administration will commit to bringing together an international coalition to address these issues at their root, as you said, and will formulate a credible plan to stop the use of conflict as a mechanism for plundering the resources of the DRC. And I thank you for your work in that area.
Thank you.
I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Representative Tim Burchett of Tennessee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your leadership and your friendship, sir. Ma'am, it's a pleasure being here with you. I wish my sweet mama was alive to see this day. She'd be proud of both of us being here. And tonight, when I talk to my little girl, I'm going to explain to her who you are and what you do, and that it's America, dadgummit, and you can be anything you want to be. Just don't get married too soon. So preferably never. But,
that's every father's wish for
yes,
a
ma'am.
time.
And I've got my eye on those boys when they come by the house. One little boy told his mama, said, "Mama, Mr. Burchett scared me," and she looked at him and said, "Good, that's what he's supposed to do." 'Cause every time I see him, I know what he's thinking. Me and the chairman's already had this conversation. He's got 3 girls. I don't know what he did in college, but it probably wasn't any good. Lord's getting even with him, just like. But anyway, Chair Lady, it's a pleasure, ma'am. I have 2 quick questions. I want to know what's going on with the United Nations interim force in Lebanon, and why hasn't Hezbollah faced any repercussions for flaunting Security Council Resolution 1559 and 1701? I know you've got those just right at the top of your head and your fingertips there. And those call for Hezbollah to disarm.
There is a call for Hezbollah to disarm, and the Security Council has addressed that issue. We've had many discussions, and I know that there's a tendency to see discussions as being unproductive, but they are productive discussions in terms of engaging others in the international community to ramp up the pressure on Hezbollah, but also the pressure on the countries who are supporting Hezbollah. And we will continue to do that.
Thank you. One more question real quickly, ma'am. And the situation at the Al-Hol refugee camp in Syria is highly unstable. We feel like it's a breeding ground for radical Islamic views and recruitment, as a recruitment buffet for what remains of ISIS. Kazakhstan has done a great job of repatriating hundreds of their citizens from Syria under Operation Zuzan, but European countries are unwilling to get their acts together, in my opinion, and repatriate their own citizens, and this could lead to an ISIS resurgence. What can we do to press our allies to increase this repatriation effort?
I think we have to continue to engage with them and encourage them to make the right decision. There were some Americans in this camp as well. And I appreciate what Hezbollah has done, but again, there is concern about this camp. There's not a lot of assistance being provided to these people. So again, I think the concerns about radicalization are legitimate, and it's something that we have to address.
Thank you, ma'am. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the remaining time to you, brother.
Thank you.
If you need to repudiate me, you go right ahead.
No, thank you. You know, Mr. Burchett, we're going to put him on the road. He's got another career ahead of him, that of a stand-up comic, sit-down comic. And, you know, he is aspiring to be the ranking member of something because he tells me, you know, how I introduce members as they are ranking members or chairs. And he says he gets very upset by the fact that I do not put in various verbs for him. And he wrote yesterday, or came to me yesterday, with a suggestion of how I should introduce him.
Yes, sir.
So in the time that has now expired, then do you want to make a comment on how I should do that, sir?
The 435th most powerful man in Congress, but number one in our heart.
Thank you, Mr. Burchett. You know, we'll now go to a brief 15-minute recess, and then we'll rejoin. We'll come back with the remaining of the questions. So we'll take a brief 15-minute recess.
Thank you.
Committee will resume. And I now recognize Representative Dean Phillips of Minnesota for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following Mr. Burchett is one of the most difficult challenges as a member of Congress, but I'll give it my best shot. Welcome, Madam Ambassador. As the population of young people across the globe continues to grow, I believe we all feel it's in humanity's best interest to ensure that they are engaged in both public affairs and world affairs. The U.S., as you well know, voted in favor of all 3 UN Security Council resolutions on youth, peace, and security, which sought to recognize the positive role that young people play in peace and security around the world. So considering that youth populations of tomorrow are going to be living with the consequences of our actions today, how does the Biden administration intend to engage with young people around the world and emerging young leaders around the world to the advancement of global peace and security through the role at the UN?
Thank you so much for that question. Just a couple of weeks ago, I participated in a Young African Leaders Initiative program that is a program that started under the Obama administration, continued in the Trump administration, and is now being continued in the Obama administration. And there are similar programs in other regions of the world. And this is a program that works to mentor and encourage and support young people. Just looking at Africa alone, the median age is 19. That means that 50% of the population is under the age of 19. There's some countries where it's even younger. Niger, the median age is 15. So we have to engage with these young people. They are the leaders of the future, and we have to make sure that they are prepared to take on leadership roles and to understand what the challenges are that they're going to face. So the Biden administration has been very engaged with this community across the globe. I have been personally engaged with this community, but I also think we need to do a better job of engaging them here in the United States because we also have a very young population here. And I have taken very seriously my own responsibilities, not just to work in New York, but to carry the message of diplomacy across the United States so that I can encourage young people to think about careers in diplomacy, but also help them prepare for leadership in the future.
I celebrate everything you just said. And to that end, are any programs in particular or personal initiatives that you're considering to do so effectively around the globe?
Certainly, I am considered by many one of the founding mothers of the Young African Leaders Initiative, and I am continuing to engage with them on a regular basis. Unfortunately, I can't answer all their emails anymore because they're all emailing me. But I do intend, whenever I travel, to reach out to the younger generation to hear their voices. We bring young people to the United Nations. When we have chaired meetings of the Security Council, we've brought in civil society organizations to the council to brief. And many of these are very, very young people, and they're very experienced, and they are extraordinarily compelling. And so that is something I'm committed to from the UN.
Wonderful. With my remaining time, I'd like to discuss the crisis in Ethiopia. As you well know, according to the UN, 5.2 million people in Tigray need emergency food assistance. More than 2 million have been displaced by violence. Horrific gender-based violence is widespread during the conflict, of course. And the UN and its partners are only able to help a fraction of those people because parties to the conflict are blocking humanitarian aid. Late last month, the UN's humanitarian chief, warned the Security Council that there's a serious risk of famine in the region if these access constraints are not lifted and food assistance is not scaled up in the next 2 months. So how is the administration working to address this terrible humanitarian issue?
We are working aggressively on this issue. When I was chair of the Security Council in March, I hosted as one of my signature events a discussion on food insecurity and the impact of conflict on food insecurity. We highlighted the situation in Ethiopia And I have been aggressively pressing in the Security Council that we have an open meeting to discuss the situation in Ethiopia. There was a meeting yesterday in New York, and an informal meeting on Ethiopia, where the Security Council got to hear from the various humanitarian agencies, from UNDP and from OCHA, on the situation there, and the fact that close to 400,000 people are on the verge of level 5 famine. So we are working on this. The president has appointed, the secretary appointed a special envoy, Jeff Feltman, who has been out in the region. Senator Coons has gone out as a special emissary of the president. We're engaging with our regional partners, both neighbors of Ethiopia as well as others, to push the government to take the right decisions to open up humanitarian space, to allow for humanitarian assistance to be brought in and end the conflict, and start moving Ethiopia back into a country that we all respect and honor. And that's my goal as I continue to work on this issue.
Thank you for your efforts. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Brian Mast of Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ma'am, and congratulations on your appointment. I want to start with, I want to continue on with what many have been speaking about, the Human Rights Council, and just ask an opinion question. In your opinion, is the Human Rights Council an anti-Semitic institution?
I think that there are individual countries in the Human Rights Council that are anti-Semitic.
Which ones?
I don't want to call them out, but I think we've seen that the Human Rights Council, you've seen the actions of countries in the Human Rights Council.
If somebody was racist, we would say they are racist. So I would ask you again, which nations would you say are anti-Semitic?
We've seen that countries that have put Israel on the agenda on a regular basis have expressed views that are anti-Semitic. And many of those countries are in the Middle East. I work with them, and I work with them on a number of issues.
Would you
and
say
we've called them out.
the High Commissioner for the Human Rights Council,
I would
Ms.
not.
Michelle Bachelet?
No, I would not say that she's anti-Semitic.
Okay. All right, so I want to move on from that point. Are you familiar with the Human Rights Council Resolution S-30/1, ensuring respect for international human rights laws and international humanitarian law in the occupied Palestinian territory?
Yes.
Okay. In that, and I don't expect you to know every single line of it, it's an unreasonable expectation. Section G of that specifically says, do not aid or assist in the commission of internationally wrongful acts. This means no sale of arms to Israel. That's what this is referring to. By that person, Ms. Michelle, the High Commissioner of the Human Rights Council, she spoke and wrote about this to give her to quote her. Although Israel undertook a number of precautions, such as advanced warning of attacks in some cases, airstrikes in such densely populated areas resulted in a high level of civilian fatalities and injuries, as well as a widespread destruction of civilian infrastructure. Such strikes raised serious concerns of Israel's compliance with the principles of distinction and proportionality under international humanitarian law. Paraphrasing a little bit further here, such attacks may constitute war crimes. That's what she spoke about this. Now, my follow-on would be this. Not selling to Israel has been reportedly brought forward by members of this committee, to include Ms. Omar and the chairman, based upon reports. So pending the outcome of that investigation, would you support not selling arms to Israel if that's how that investigation came out?
The Biden administration has been clear. Israel has a right to defend itself, and we support Israel's right to defend itself.
But if that's what the Human Rights Council called for, saying they committed crimes of war and they call for not selling arms to Israel, would you support that?
I don't think the U.S. Supported that resolution, and I will repeat again that we support Israel's right to defend itself against any attacks.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to move to some other comments that you made. You spoke several times in your opening statement and other times about your support for a two-state solution and the Biden administration's support for a two-state solution. A couple of weeks back, we had Secretary of State Blinken in here. He acknowledged outright that Hamas would probably win an election if Abbas allowed elections to be held. They would become the governing body. This was also acknowledged by a person I just referenced, Ms. Bachelet, the High Commissioner for the Human Rights Council, said in this same speech that I just quoted, Hamas is the de facto authority in the Gaza Strip. So my question to you is this: why do you and the Biden administration support making a state out of what would become an elected terrorist government? That's really not disputed. They're the de facto power there. They would win election if an election occurred. So why would we support making a state out of what would become a terrorist-run government?
What we support is the rights of the Palestinian people to live in peace and security in their own state, and the rights of Israel to have security in its own states. And that right is the right of Israel to defend itself.
But why would we support making a state out of what would be a terrorist-run government? The
we don't
Secretary
know
of State
that,
has
and
acknowledged this. Secretary of State acknowledged that they run it.
I
Does
can
somebody
only
other
say
than
that
Hamas run Gaza?
Good. I can only say that we support the rights of the Palestinian people, and we do not support Hamas, and we've been clear that we do not support.
Who would vote for a terrorist government? I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota, who is the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health, and Global Human Rights, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Ambassador, it's such an honor to see you in this position, and I am just really sad that I couldn't be in person to welcome you into our committee. I know that you just spoke about the horrific situation and gave us an update in regards to Ethiopia. I am curious to hear from you what transitional justice options are on the table from the United States, and would we consider supporting either a hybrid court or a Security Council referral to the ICC in regards to the situation in Ethiopia?
You know, I don't think we've gotten that far in our discussions of the situation in Ethiopia. The goal right now is to stop the violence and provide for opportunities for humanitarian assistance to be distributed to people who are on the verge of famine. Clearly, Ethiopia will require a political solution, and that political solution will require that individuals be held accountable for the actions that they have engaged in. I think that discussion is a little bit further down the road because the life-saving actions of providing humanitarian assistance right now is at the top of our agenda.
Appreciate that. As you know, Ethiopia is vital to the stability of the Horn. I know that there are a lot of challenges that are taking place there. And I want to thank the administration for appointing an envoy to the Horn of Africa. I am wondering what leverages is the United States using to bring about a political solution in Ethiopia as well?
Yeah, we're using every diplomatic tool that we have in our toolbox, from the Secretary of State engaging on a regular basis and reaching out to Prime Minister Abiy and to other leaders in the region. I have engaged on a regular basis at the Security Council. I've met with the Ethiopian PR, but I also regularly engage with other members of the Security Council to push this agenda. We're pushing the UN to be more proactive in their activities, and we're pushing the region to be more proactive. I agree with you that Ethiopia's stability is vital to the Horn. And we have to do everything possible to get this country back on track. And one of the areas we have to work on is addressing the current violence. And that violence extends beyond the Tigray region. The instability extends beyond Tigray. So I think in the future, Ethiopia is going to have to address this in some kind of broad-based national dialogue on what Ethiopia wants to be in the future.
I know that some of my constituents, and you're probably hearing from a lot of people, as many look to you as an expert and someone who deeply cares about Africa, the word genocide being invoked in Ethiopia. Are we there yet? Can we say that there is genocide taking place?
You know, I always am uncomfortable with using words before we get there because they emote so, they're so emotive. But what I do know in Ethiopia is that thousands of people have died. Hundreds of women have been raped, and tens of thousands of people have been forced from their homes. And we have to address that situation, and we need to address it quickly as it continues to get worse. And what I would say to your constituents is just know that the United States government is doing everything in its power to address this in an open way, to encourage the government to make the right decisions, including encouraging the Eritrean troops to leave Ethiopia, and allowing for humanitarian assistance to get into the most needed.
So I'm going to follow up with you in this, but my last question to you was how you are using your position as an ambassador to the UN to advance both security and justice in the Sahel. I know that my time is up, but if the chair would allow for you to answer that question, that would be great.
I'll just say very, very quickly, if you will allow me, Mr. Chairman, that I am very, very concerned about the situation in the Sahel, and we need to pay more attention to it. The international community needs to pay more attention. Otherwise, we're going to see this situation continue to grow and get worse and lead to more devastation.
Thank you, Ambassador. I yield back, Chairman.
Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Mark Green of Tennessee, who's the ranking member on the Subcommittee on the Western Hemisphere, Civilian Security, Migration, and International Economic Policy for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall, and I want to thank Ambassador Thomas-Greenfield for being here today. Ambassador, I have to tell you, I'm pleasantly surprised with your comments on China. I thought I actually wrote down a few of your comments. Really appreciate that. You know, I come from a pretty conservative part of our country, and I want to take just a few seconds and share with you the voice of the majority of the Americans that I represent. You know, the U.S. contributes more funding to the UN than any other country, and in 2019, we were, I think, about 22% of the UN's total budget. And my constituents feel very strongly that we continue this disproportionate funding despite our waning influence. And meanwhile, you know, China's increasingly strong impact there kind of frustrates some of our constituents. And I just want to convey that to you and hope that you can make a difference there. I genuinely believe we need a top-down cost benefits analysis of what the United States contribution is getting us from the United Nations. I also want to say that I think we need some structural changes there, especially with the Human Rights Council. Just last month, that council approved a measure to permanently investigate our ally Israel for human rights abuses. They also called for an embargo against Israel. Their egregious move amounts to some pretty significant bigotry, if you ask me, and it's wrapped in a nice little shiny wrapper. They include some pretty notorious human rights abusers on that council in China, you know, currently genocide with the Uyghurs, Venezuela, committing some crimes against humanity. That message from my district is something they want you to hear. Quick questions, Ambassador. You called China a strategic adversary and have said that the United States must support Taiwan as a democracy, and I couldn't agree more. Do you believe that Taiwan should be able to participate in the United Nations, and if so, how can we achieve that?
You know, Taiwan is a thriving democracy, and we should continue our support for Taiwan and for Taiwan's participation in the activities of the United Nations. So, for example, we push really hard for Taiwan to participate as an observer in the World Health Assembly, and I have raised concerns with the UN as well as others on efforts by China to push back on Taiwan's participation or even presence in programs that do not require a member state. So we are again continuing to work this issue. We support Taiwan. We want to see Taiwan recognized for the extraordinary democracy that it is, and we want to see, for example, recognized on how well they dealt with the COVID situation there. So this is something that I find particularly egregious on the part of the Chinese, and we're pushing hard to discourage and encourage others to support our efforts to recognize Taiwan.
If I could, you know, kind of expand a little bit, you mentioned the World Health Organization. You know, the president has asked for this relook into the origins, given the fact that we're removed from it, China's not participating, Americans weren't allowed, or very many at all were allowed in the initial look. What are the chances that we actually get in there and find out what's going on, and what are we doing in the regards of getting to the bottom of the origins of the virus?
You know, we keep telling the Chinese it's in their interest to get to the origin of this virus. It's not just in our interest or the interests of other countries. It's in their interest. And so we are working aggressively to push the Chinese to cooperate. But in the meantime, we're not waiting for their cooperation. We're doing our own independent investigations. And as I mentioned earlier, the president has asked the intelligence agencies for their assessment of this situation. And once we have information, we're going to be willing to share that information. There was an independent investigative team that actually was put together by the WHO, and I mentioned that this is being headed by the former president of Liberia and the former president of New Zealand. And I think their reputations are strong, and we can be confident in what they will produce.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Abigail Spanberger of Virginia, who's the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on Europe, Energy, and Environment and Cyber, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Madam Ambassador, it is an absolute pleasure to have you here today. I thank you for your career of service to our nation, and I thank you for filling this role with in such a stellar manner, and I'm really appreciative of you spending so much time here today before the committee, particularly for those of us towards the end of the seniority line. You've made a couple comments so far today during your presentation and your answers that I wanted to highlight because I thought they were so important. And if I've misrepresented or taken notes in any way, please feel free to correct me. But you talked about the value of peacekeeping missions as being more efficient, effective, and incalculable in their value as a preventative measure in avoiding potential boots-on-the-ground military interventions. You've talked about your role, Madam Ambassador, is prioritizing U.S. interests through your engagement, and I'm so grateful for the clear-eyed view that you have of some of the major challenges that we as a nation face. And looking towards the future, certainly cyber diplomacy and cyber aggression continues to be a major challenge, and I was glad to see that the Biden administration is prioritizing a whole-of-government approach to improving cybersecurity. Certainly, so many of the people I represent were impacted by the reality on the ground as a result of the Colonial Pipeline hack. So could you speak to some of the recent developments in the multilateral sphere in terms of cyber diplomacy, and norm setting that will enable the international community to be on the same page, build resilience, and address this ongoing threat?
Thank you for that question, and I can tell you that the various members of the Security Council and other member states that I've spoken to all recognize that cybersecurity is an issue that they have to address. And I was very pleased that the government of Estonia, the permanent representative of Estonia, this month will be hosting a meeting, a high-level meeting on cybersecurity at the Security Council that will be chaired by his minister, because he too recognizes that we have to address this issue frontally. We have to determine what the rules of the road will be in dealing with cyberspace. And we have to make sure that those rules of the road are rules of the road that we can all live with, and not just rules of the road that are defined by a particular country, China or Russia, who have different interests than we all might have.
And when you're looking at building out those rules of the road, I'm curious, in your position thus far, or certainly any indications that you've seen from the announcements that came out of the G7 or the NATO summits, do you anticipate any real challenges that we as legislators should be attuned to as we endeavor to ensure that we're protecting U.S. interests in whatever way appropriate through our legislative efforts?
You know, I think you can trust that everything will be done from the standpoint of your diplomatic representatives to ensure that U.S. equities are taken into account. But as another body of government, I think it's important that you be engaged and involved in those discussions, and encourage our diplomats to stay on the straight and narrow.
Excellent. Well, in the short time that I have left, I would like to just pivot ever so shortly to the issue of the United States' engagement within the United Nations. And
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Within the United Nations.
Okay.
And I know that my colleague, Representative Phillips, has mentioned about bringing in junior officers and raising up through the ranks. But I'm curious, could you speak kind of broadly about what are some of the greatest challenges to bolstering the employment of U.S. citizens within the UN bodies? And are there any other recommendations you might make kind of happening outside of the department that would be valuable to bolstering those numbers?
You know, I think, again, when we're recruiting in universities and colleges, we need to talk about the UN as an option for many of our young people. Initially, I was recruiting for the State Department, and I realized I needed to, when I was going into UN meetings, that there were very few Americans sitting in some of those meetings. So we need to encourage Americans to do that. We need to look for opportunities, for example, for secondment of our own professionals to the UN. I see other governments do that on a regular basis. And then we need to pay for the JPOs, pay for internships for young Americans to work in the UN system so that they can learn about what that career is about and that they're prepared to work in the career. And then I would just add, as a way of promoting the State Department, we have to do a better job of funding and supporting our own State Department people who are working in New York. I still have some difficulty recruiting people to New York. It's a very expensive place to live, and most people would rather go and live overseas than come and live in New York and work at the United Nations. So to have people working both in our office in the United Nations, and then maybe using that as a jumping off point to get into the UN system, I think would be important.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. You made an excellent point, and Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Dan Musier of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Ambassador. This has really been a terrific testimony from you and quite informative, so I really appreciate it. We have, many would call, a border crisis at our southern border, an international crisis, a humanitarian crisis, an illegal drug crisis. When visiting the border, both Democrats and Republicans really received the same information from the CBP and other officials there, that returning to remain in Mexico for those seeking asylum plan would greatly deter those entering our country illegally and improve the situation. Why would this not be under consideration by the Biden administration?
You know, I think the administration is looking at all options to deal with the situation at the border. I don't think any options have been closed off. The Vice President is working on the broader migration issues. I'm working on it from the standpoint of the UN. I hosted a meeting of all of the humanitarian agencies as well as donor countries to see how we can address helping people stay in their countries, remain in their countries, and not take the long trek to and dangerous trek to the border and to uncertainty. So again, I think all options are on the table to address this. None of us want to see this situation continue.
It's true. It's a terrible humanitarian situation and tragedy. Do you and the Biden administration view Hamas as a terrorist organization?
We view Hamas as a terrorist organization.
Okay, thank you. Regarding origins of the COVID virus, you mentioned a couple of things that the UN is engaged in that was informative for me. Is the UN vociferously demanding transparency from China and being as demanding as possible with the World Health Organization in order to find out the truth?
We're all demanding transparency from the Chinese, and I do think my member state colleagues are demanding transparency, and I think the UN system is demanding transparency from the Chinese. We've seen their obfuscation. They're not providing all of the information that's needed, and we've been clear to them that this is in their interest as well.
All right, thank you. Are you satisfied by Russia or Putin's response to the recent cyber attacks on on Colonial and other targets in the U.S.?
We're not satisfied with the response because these things are continuing to happen. So Colonial happened, and then we had the attack on the meat processing company. So these things are continuing to happen, and we have to keep pressing. I know that President Biden raised this with Putin in his meetings in Geneva. I haven't seen the results of those discussions, but I know it was high on his agenda.
Good, thanks. And lastly, regarding the Paris Climate Accord, China has built just last year 38 coal-fired power plants. The U.S. is closing coal plants and other heavier anyway, carbon emission plants. The U.S. in the Paris Climate Accord, we can expect on this issue will be very transparent, and we will have metrics and live up to the obligations. Do you think China will be as accountable?
I hope they will be, but as they build these coal plants, they have some of the worst air quality of any country in the world. So they should be transparent, and they should be working to address some of these pollution and environmental issues.
But you see, that's one of the problems with it. We'll abide by it, and they perhaps likely won't. It's not that anyone's for or against carbon emissions. It's just that if we need accountability. So I don't know if there's something.
I think this gives us an opportunity to demand accountability from the Chinese and push them on the accountability issue.
Great. Well, I look forward to you doing that. And again, your testimony was great. I wish you all the best. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Andy Levin of Michigan, Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, Central Asia, and Nonproliferation. Go ahead, Mr. Levin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for appearing before us, Ambassador Thomas-Greenfield. It's great to see you. The threat of COVID-19 will not be neutralized in the U.S. until the whole world has access to vaccines. The Biden administration has announced plans to donate 500 million doses of the Pfizer vaccine to countries in need, in addition to the 80 million doses that it intends to share globally by the end of June. I definitely applaud the administration for taking these steps, but much more needs to be done by the US and other international partners to bring the pandemic to an end. When you add up the US and European commitments, we have 1 billion doses or so when the world will need 11 billion ASAP. And I'm so concerned about COVID and the vaccine situation in so many countries, from Haiti to India to Bangladesh and Nepal and beyond. How can the US use its voice at the UN to support quicker vaccine distribution and access abroad, beginning with our neighbors in the Western Hemisphere?
Good. Thank you for that question. And I have to tell you, I was extraordinarily proud, as I noted, when the president announced the additional 500 million doses. This is just the first step. The next steps will require that we focus more attention on production, push our allies to also share more of their vaccines. And I know that the president did that in his meetings in Europe, and to push for countries to develop protocols that will help stem the rise of the disease and the rise of the pandemic. So again, 500 million is huge, but again, it's a first step that will lead to additional contributions made by other countries. And additional production being done both here in the United States as well as across the globe.
Well, thanks. I totally agree with you. And, you know, some of us really pushed for the US supporting the TRIPS waiver. I'm so glad the administration decided to do that, but we've got to get the whole world on board and get moving on production. Let me turn to the Human Rights Council. Of course, the Biden administration chose to rejoin it at the United Nations. Some have criticized this decision, but it was certainly the right one. It's much better for the US to be at the table advocating on human rights issues, even with some members of the council who have terrible records, than it is throwing up our hands, walking away, leaving undemocratic actors to take advantage of our absence. So lay on me our plan for the Human Rights Council. We're back, or we will be back. You know, what's our plan to really ramp up our efforts through using the council to get accountability and hopefully real change in so many of the problematic human rights situations in China, Burma, and all, many other places.
So many of our friends and like-minded are so happy we're back because many of them don't have the power and the voice that the U.S. can bring to the table. So we add our weight, our voice with those of our allies, and I think it becomes much more powerful, and we can push back on some of the efforts being made by the bad players who are on the Security Council, and we know, on the Human Rights Council. And we know that when we're there are fewer of these efforts. When we're there, we can call out these countries. Very few of the other countries will be prepared by themselves to call out China. But with our support and our backing, they will call out China. They will call out Venezuela. And they will be willing to take the actions that are necessary to show the world that we care about human rights across the globe. So we have to be there.
Great. And in the few seconds I have remaining, Ambassador, let me just hope that you'll agree to work with me and particularly on Haiti. We really need a new approach, U.S. approach towards Haiti. Not just elections, but actually lifting up civil society to recreate the conditions in which democracy can flourish there. So I hope you'll
I commit to working with you on that.
Thank you so much. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back with 1 second left. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Representative Meyer of Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Madam Ambassador, congratulations again on this appointment. I will not try to emulate my colleague, Mr. Burchett, with the humor, but just congratulations again. I wanted to follow on what Mr. Levin mentioned, and I'm grateful that you mentioned the role of the United States and our role at the United Nations to provide some confidence and some backing to countries willing to go against, especially a Chinese or a Russian veto on the Security Council. On the issue of Burma, obviously the conventional view is oftentimes that when it comes to domestic affairs in another country, however horrific or however genocidal or violent, that any resolution may face that veto by Russia or China. But we also did see a relatively strong Security Council statement back in March. Do you think it's worth trying again now that Burma's own representative to the United Nations is still there for at least until September, trying another stronger resolution against the violence we're seeing in Myanmar?
Absolutely, and I have to say I'm very, very proud that we were able to push through statements on Burma out of the Security Council with China sitting on the Security Council. Because they understand, I think, as much as all of us on the Security Council understand that if that country continues to go in the direction that it's going to impact them and it's going to impact the rest of the region. We have been engaging with the ASEAN group, but also other member states to make sure we keep Burma on the front burner. I met several times with the current Burmese PR. He knows that we have supported his effort, and we have been very encouraging of other countries to support him. I think come September, when we have to reconsider that, we have to come up with a new strategy for supporting him. But I think generally Burma is going to stay at the top of our agenda. And I do think that we can get some additional action, not just out of the Security Council, but out of the General Assembly on Burma.
Well, thank you. I'm grateful to hear that. I think it's critical that we keep it at the top of our agenda. We do not want to see Burma fall into a failed state, and given the way in which some of the pro-democracy forces in more urban areas are now blending with some of those ethnic armed groups, it certainly is a troubling, portends troubling times for at least that region and of course for the people of Burma. Shifting back a little bit to China, obviously the PRC has tried to use its large market to leverage and punish people and companies around the world who say or do things that offend their sensibilities or their view of how the world is constructed. Most recently, a wrestler in the U.S., Mr. John Cena, apologized profusely on social media for committing the unpardonable sin of suggesting that Taiwan was an independent country. The subordination of American individuals, and we've seen this corporate pressure as well, has infected many institutions at the United Nations, and our colleagues have discussed the WHO and others. How can we continue to exert that pressure to get some of that leverage, to use our leadership role at the UN to push back on this malign behavior and kind of take that power away from the silence that China has imposed, and make sure that we are supporting not just free expression, but also the independence and objectivity of these crucial international institutions?
China has been aggressive and coercive in using its power at the United Nations. And in those efforts, they have threatened countries. For example, vaccine use is being threatened if countries don't follow China's lead. I know, for example, Taiwan, on the Taiwan issue, Haiti has a relationship with Taiwan, and because of that, the Chinese have put tremendous pressure on Haiti. So we have to also boost up those countries to keep them kind of in line as well, because many of them don't have the wherewithal to resist the pressure that China is putting them under, including putting them in a debt trap when they bring in some of these major Belt and Road projects that they are implementing across the globe. And it's going to require a real concerted effort by the U.S. and by other allies to push against that.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Representative Houlihan of Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just confirming that you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Excellent. And it's so nice to see you, Madam Ambassador. And I wanted to kind of follow up on some questions that Representative Barrow was asking of you. Today, I'm going to be reintroducing my legislation that authorizes the annual U.S. contribution to the UNFPA, or the United Nations Population Fund, with more than 100, actually close to 126 of my colleagues as co-sponsors, and more than 98 NGOs in support of that piece of legislation. And I was really pleased to see that the Biden administration also included $56 million for the UNFPA in its fiscal year 22 budget request proposal. And that's the highest dollar amount that has ever been requested by any US administration. I know that you and Mr. Barra spoke about what your plans are to begin engaging again with the UNFPA. And I had the opportunity to ask this similar question of Secretary Blinken last week. I'm really disappointed to see that the United Kingdom has proposed drastic cuts to their UNFPA funding. And I asked Secretary Blinken if he would be engaging with others at the General Equality Forum in Paris on June 30th, and he assured me that he would on this issue. I was wondering how you, as the U.S. ambassador to the UN, can engage directly with UNFPA and with other donors to address that strain that will be placed on the UNFPA's ability to provide life-saving assistance as a consequence of the UK's decision.
I absolutely will engage with other member states and donors to see how they can support the UNFPA. When our funding was withdrawn, a number of countries came behind to provide support. We all know that the UNFPA, that their work is essential to addressing what are interests of the U.S., preventable maternal deaths and responding to gender-based violence and harmful practices around the world. So we think it's absolutely critical that we continue to support those efforts. And I am looking forward to engaging with other countries to see where they might ramp up their support.
Thanks, and I would very much like to work with you to that end on this really important piece of legislation. And to follow up with the final question on this issue, one of my colleagues earlier also made the patently false statement that the UNFPA had anything to do with femicide in China, which has been demonstrated to be not true. Would you be able to provide your assessment of the UNFPA's country program in China, and what are its key areas of focus, and how, if at all, have the UNFPA activities in China shifted over time?
Yeah, the State Department conducted a full review to make sure that no funding was being provided by the UNFPA would be used for in coercive ways, and we're confident that's the case, and that this program is not engaged in coercive abortions or other coercive measures in China or anywhere else in the world. And we have seen some evidence that the UNFPA has actually had some positive impact in changing some of the China coercive policies that relates to family planning. So it's again something that we have worked on, and we're confident that the case is that they're not supporting coercive abortions.
Thank you. And with what remains of my time, I will move over to the Biden administration's position with the UN in helping with COVID assistance and COVID relief. Wondering if you could comment a little bit on what it is that we can do by the administration, by you, and by this body to make sure that that assistance is indeed reaching the most vulnerable populations, including women and children and marginalized groups.
And through COVAX, we're absolutely working on that. We have engaged with the UN to ensure that the COVAX that we're providing, the COVID vaccine that we're providing directly to the UN, is going to frontline workers who are providing emergency assistance, such as at the border with at the border with Syria and Turkey. And we're also working through COVAX to ensure that these vaccines are being distributed in a way that it gets to the most needy people, the most needy.
Thank you. And with the final 5 seconds of my time, I would love to submit for the record a couple of questions on women and girls in Afghanistan as we withdraw from that area. But with that, I will yield back, and I appreciate your time, and I yield, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Representative Maliatakis, who's the ranking member on our International Organization Subcommittee.
Thank you, Ambassador Thomas-Greenfield. I'd like to thank you again for joining us today. And for decades, you've worked with refugee communities who have found safety, freedom, and opportunity here in the United States. So thank you for your service. Like so many that you have worked to support in the past, my mother fled her native Cuba as a refugee with her family in 1959. She fled to escape the cruel oppression that accompanied the arrival of the very same communist regime that rules over Cuba today. Average Cubans, like my mother's family who were left behind, including the family I still have there, have suffered for more than 60 years under a regime that has denied them the basic freedoms we take for granted here in the United States. Freedom of speech, freedom of artistic expression, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion. I can go on and on. This is a regime that has beaten, jailed, killed its own people. Ambassador, I'm deeply troubled that this country, like China, Russia, and Venezuela, have seats in the United Nations Human Rights Council. And I understand that President Biden is looking to re-enter the Human Rights Council. What can you tell us to assure that we're going to be, what will change by re-entering, number one, because we've always, I know President Obama had always pushed to have a seat at the table. We need to be at the table in order to engage, but nothing has changed. And these people who are the biggest violators of human rights are on that committee. So what will be different if we were to rejoin, and what can you do in your capacity to ensure that there will be changes and these individuals are held accountable?
Thank you for that question. And I would say that what changed when we were not on the council was that nobody paid attention to these issues in the way that we pay attention to these issues. So being at the table means that there is someone who's strong, who has a voice that has influence, that can push back on the efforts of those who are human rights violators who are sitting at the table as well. And I think many other of our allies, many small countries who are there, don't have the power to do it alone. And they need our backing, they need our support. And we can galvanize their energy to push back against countries that are the bad actors on the Human Rights Council.
So as long as this council has those individuals or those countries as members, it's a complete joke. I mean, we're talking about people who, look what's happening in Venezuela right now. It's the same thing that's happened to Cuba. But look what's happening with the Muslim Uyghur community under China, what Russia is doing to its political opponents. That's my concern. By re-entering, we're giving United Nations Human Rights Council legitimacy, I believe. And so I would like to meet with you at a separate time to discuss this, because I'd really like to see us using any leverage that we may have by re-entering to really get some reforms. And if you'd like to comment on any reforms that you would be seeking on that committee, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Well, I definitely will look forward to working with you on that, because we want the council to work. And we know the council is not perfect. It is extraordinarily flawed with the fact that we have gross human rights violators sitting on the council. But we have also been able to call out those violators on the council. We've been able to call out countries who are not on the council and address issues that some of the members of the council don't want to address. And I think that's where we play a key role. No one would play that role if we were not sitting at the table.
Well, I appreciate and I do look forward to continuing this conversation with me. And just the fact that they had Maduro speaking at their opening meeting, it tells you everything you need to know about this council, and that it's certainly not working as it is. And I hope to have your support also with removal of item number 7 regarding Israel from this. I know it was mentioned, and obviously it was a bipartisan support for reform of this council. And so I hope that you will support the removal of that item from the agenda.
We do, and we think it's unfair, and we will do everything possible to have it removed and have continued to do that.
I appreciate that. And with my last 30 seconds, regarding the UN Security Council, what can we be done, or what action can you take to try to hold Russian hackers accountable? How can we use this council position to try to go after Russian hackers, try to push for some accountability for those who are hacking into our whether it be the pipelines or meat industry, or what can we do to use that position to get some answers and accountability?
Yeah, the council needs to focus on cybersecurity, and I mentioned earlier that the Estonians, who are president of the council this month, actually has as their high-level event next week a discussion of cybersecurity and how we can change the rules and hold people accountable. And I think this is a way that we will be calling out the Russians. Estonia has been a strong voice in that, and we very much support what they're doing, and there are other members of the council who support that as well.
I look forward to watching that interaction, and please be strong on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Great to see you. I'll start with a comment that when I listen to these debates, I'm sometimes reminded of Madeleine Albright's joke that the problem with the UN from an American perspective is that there are just so many foreigners in it. And some of them are our adversaries. And of course, when Russia and China and Venezuela and Cuba, when they see institutions like the Human Rights Council, they say, we want to get on that, because we want to influence it, because it's important. They see the UN as an arena for competition with us, and they play to win. So I want America to play to win. I don't want us meekly retreating from the institutions that our adversaries are trying to take over. That would be like me saying that because there are some disreputable people in the US Congress, and I sometimes don't like what Congress does, that I'm just going to quit and leave. I want to fight, and I want to win. I want to ask you a question about the Secretary General, who has been very outspoken on a lot of important issues. Recently, Burma, he's been very, very strong and principled in calling out the junta and the human rights abuses. That's good, but it's also easy. Burma's a weak and small country. He has not been quite as outspoken when it comes to China's abuses in Xinjiang. And I get it. He's running for re-election. China's a very powerful country in the UN system, but so are we. And so I wanted to ask you, what are we asking the Secretary General to do to step up on what I think we would all acknowledge is probably the emblematic human rights challenge of the day?
Thank you for that question. And I engage with the Secretary General probably close to every other day when I'm in New York, either by phone or in meetings, to make sure that he understands without any doubt what our priorities are and what our agenda is. And I'm sure the Chinese and the Russians and all are doing the same thing with him. He has, we've had this discussion with him, and I know that he is aware that some of the non-governmental organizations have raised the issue with him. He's been very, very clear in his discussions with me that he does raise these issues with the Chinese on a regular basis, and that sometimes he feels to be more effective, he has to do quiet diplomacy, and there are other times when he has to do more public diplomacy. Of course, we also have that position on certain things, but on this one, we'd like to see him be more public.
Well, thank you. I know he's been asking the Chinese government for months now to allow UN investigative mechanisms into Xinjiang. They have, of course, continued to say no. But it's true that he could simply empower or ask Madame Bachelet to conduct, in effect, a remote investigation of the allegations of genocide. Is that not the case?
I know that there is some remote work being done, but I don't know where they are in terms of doing a report.
I would hope that, I think we should be urging him to ask for that. I think it's obvious why he's being a little more cautious in this case. Wanted to ask you about Libya as well. There's an opportunity with elections coming up to turn a page in that country. One of the obstacles has been the continuing presence of Russian-backed mercenaries, the Wagner Group. We've talked about them in a different context today on behalf of the Haftar forces, likely funded by our friends in the United Arab Emirates. So I wanted to ask you what we are doing as a government to pressure Russia to remove its mercenaries, and perhaps more practically to pressure some of our partners in the Middle East to stop their meddling and their funding of that business.
You can be assured that we have engaged with our partners on that region, on that issue, and we have engaged with the Russians on that issue. We addressed Libya in the Security Council and expressed our concerns about foreign troops being present in the country, and that under the Security Council resolution they need to leave. I met with the Turkish government when I was in Turkey, and that issue was also discussed, and they've made clear to the Russians that they are prepared to remove the troops that are connected with them if the Russians also do the same thing.
Okay, good, thank you. And I'll just finally close by saying I very strongly agree with Representative Levin's comments about the vaccines. 500 million is great, but I think that number's missing a zero, because we are 25% of the world's economy, and producing 5% of the vaccines it's a start.
It's a start.
I take that as a suggestion that we will do much more. Thank you so much, and I will now recognize Representative Salazar, who is the vice-ranking member of our Western Hemisphere Subcommittee.
Thank you. Thank you. And Madam Ambassador, thank you for being here today. And we met in Ecuador last month. President Biden made an excellent choice in sending you to the presidential inauguration in Quito. I look forward to continue working with you and continue our conversations like we had in Ecuador. And I'm sure I'm the last one, so I'm sure that all these topics have been discussed, but maybe I'm going to ask them in a different fashion. And I would like to talk about vaccines. As you know, the Biden administration recently announced they're donating $500 million. I would like everyone everywhere in the world to understand that these vaccines are paid by us, by the Americans, by the taxpayers. Would you like to see that too?
Absolutely, and I think people will know. They want our vaccines, and they've asked us for vaccines, and they are pleased to hear about, you heard it in Ecuador. They're pleased to hear that we are making this donation, and we should absolutely take credit for it.
And but when we distribute through the United Nations, we use third parties. And don't you think that we should have the American flag on those vaccines like the Russians and the Chinese do it?
I haven't seen it. I don't know, but I just think we should get credit for it, and we should own it, and people should know that they're getting a contribution.
But how are they going to know it if they don't see it on the vaccines? Like the Russians and the Chinese make sure that they know those
they
vaccines
haven't even, they've made commitments, but we haven't seen them give very much. But again, I don't know what the UN is doing in terms of flagging the vaccines.
They're
and
not.
What the possibilities are, but I absolutely think we need to be recognized for what we're doing.
All right, and let's talk about Nicaragua. I'm sure that we have spoken about it before. You know, Ortega has jailed 4 presidential candidates. He has declared himself a dictator. Clearly, he is not afraid of our economic sanctions. Clearly, he is in the business of power, not in the business of democracy. So I would like to ask you, how much time, effort, and energy are you willing to invest in rallying the international community to denounce, isolate Ortega for what he's doing?
Well, I can say without any hesitation that we have made our views known on the situation in Nicaragua, and we're deeply concerned about what is happening there, and we want to keep the spotlight on the situation there.
What do you think we could do?
We've called on, for example, President Ortega and the Nicaraguan government to release immediately all of the political prisoners and civil society and opposition
Yeah,
leaders.
but they
that
do the
arrest.
opposite. The more we talk, the more they incarcerate.
And we got to keep ramping up the pressure on them.
All right.
Constant, and in the region as well.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about Israel. And as Congresswoman Malliotakis was saying, at this hour in 2021, the Human Rights Council, which most people do not understand, is that body within the United Nations that promotes human rights in the world. It has Cuba, Venezuela, China, and Russia. That's a farce. That's a joke. Cuba, all right? You know, Cuba chops off the hands of dissidents. I have a couple of those in my district. China is killing the Uyghurs for being Muslims. Russia is poisoning and assassinating their political opponents. And Venezuela, at this hour, 20 years later, the average Venezuelan weighs 15 pounds less for lack of food. And they have the largest reserves of oil in the world. So that goes to prove to you that socialism and communism doesn't work. So, like I said, it's a farce. So, and at that moment, those countries have the gall to criticize Israel for defending itself. So I just want to see how you feel about this.
Well, I think it's appalling that we have human rights violators sitting on the Human Rights
And then what
Council.
can we do about it?
And
we pay 22% of their budget, so it's $1 billion.
And I think it is important that we sit there with these human rights violators and push against them and work with all of the other members. There are 4 among a lot of other countries that need to have our backing and support.
And do they want to work with us?
Some of them do, and many of them don't always
And
have
if they
the
don't,
power.
then what do we do about it?
The ones that want to work with us, we work with them. We're pushing
And the ones
back
that don't?
against the unfair targeting of Israel. And we have been able to have some success in pushing back against some of the resolutions that they have brought against Israel. And we will keep fighting. But our voice is important, and I would argue very strongly, without us being there, we would just be allowing the bad actors to take over this organization.
At this hour, what concerns you the most? I think my time is up, but you know, you've had a seat at the international table now for a few months. You're doing a great job. What concerns you? What keeps you up at night?
Expired.
All right, so just 15 seconds. What's your main concern?
It's civilians being caught in conflict and how we can protect innocent women and children and others who are caught in conflict.
Long live the United States.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Well, since Representative extended her time, I will extend mine to point out the Human Rights Council has condemned Iran under our leadership and a number of other American adversaries when we were there. And we pay the budget of the High Commissioner and their staff. That's distinct from the council itself. I will now recognize Representative Jacobs of California for 5 minutes, Vice Chair of our International Organization Subcommittee.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Madam Ambassador. Welcome. It's so great to see you here, and it's so great to know that we have you serving us at the United Nations. Many of my colleagues have already talked about the importance of peacekeeping operations and the role the United States plays, so I won't belabor the point. I'll just say, as someone who worked in the Department of Peacekeeping Operations, I know how important of a force multiplier operations can play in reducing civilian deaths and shortening the duration of conflicts and reducing the likelihood of conflict recurrence and paying our arrears and getting rid of the arbitrary 25% cap on our assessments is a major impact, and I look forward to working with you and with my colleagues to try and get that done. On the topic of peacekeeping reforms, I'd be interested in hearing from you more about how the Biden administration plans to make peacekeeping missions and peace operations more effective, including in an area that I think doesn't get enough attention, which is the need to meaningfully engage local communities in peace-building initiatives. So if you could talk about how the Biden administration plans to work to ensure the UN is meaningfully engaging at the local and civil society level, and including pushing to direct resources towards community-led peace initiatives.
We are very, very focused on how we can improve the operations of peacekeeping operations across the world, but particularly in Africa, where there are the largest number of peacekeeping operations. And so through the State Department, we're engaging regularly with the UN Peacekeeping Office. I've had a number of meetings with the head of PKO, but also in the field, our ambassadors and our diplomats are engaging with these missions to ensure that they are engaging with communities, because they're not operating in a vacuum. They have to engage with communities. Their job is to protect communities, and our job is to ensure that they do their jobs, and we take that very seriously.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your focus on civilians getting caught in conflict. On that note, I also wanted to hear how you plan to push the UN to invest in initiatives that prioritize conflict prevention, so that we don't have to have peacekeeping engagements, we don't have to worry about this, but we're actually getting to the problem more upstream. In particular, how you're working to strengthen and prioritize conflict prevention initiatives in funding, policy, and programming, and how state and aid can work together with the UN to share risk assessments, analysis, in order to allow for a more coordinated, proactive approach.
Again, it's something, if we could end conflict, we don't need these peacekeeping missions. So it's a priority for us to work in the UN system on conflict prevention. The State Department has, again, an office that does address working on these issues, and all of our regional bureaus have individuals who are working on trying to find solutions. Ethiopia, of course, is the biggest one on our plate right now, and we have to do more in this area. I think we find ourselves in a place where these conflicts are happening even before we realize that they are taking place. And that's why I want to focus attention, for example, on Mali and the Sahel, so that we can start to address the issues that we see in front of us right now and try to stop them from moving further down to the coast of Africa.
Well, thank you. And I worked at the Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Operations, so
and that's the office I was referring to.
I know there's a lot of great work being done in that regard. You mentioned Mali, so I thought with my remaining time, I know the MINUSMA reauthorization is coming up. I know you talked a little bit about the Sahel with some of my colleagues, but if you could talk about what your priorities will be in the reauthorization to try and ensure that MINUSMA is actually able to create stability and peace in the Sahel region.
Yeah, it's a work in progress, and we do want the reauthorization of MINUSMA, but it also requires some attention in terms of addressing what are the real root causes of what is happening in Mali and as well in other parts of the region. And so the coup in Mali has seriously concerned as we move forward. The attempted coup in Burkina Faso, attempted coup in Niger, the killing of the president of Chad by an armed group that came out of Libya. All of these things are related to each other. And so if we can get a handle on it in Mali, that will be a start, and I think MINUSMA can play a key role in that. But I think we have a bigger issue at hand, and it's going to require a lot more attention than we can get from the MINUSMA forces.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Representative Jackson of Texas, who's the vice-ranking member for our Africa Global Health and Human Rights Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador Thomas-Greenfield, for your testimony and answers so far. I remain wary of the United Nations due to the undue influence that Russia and China hold over this body traditionally. I hope that under your leadership, the United States can strengthen our relationships with our allies and work to combat the interest of our adversaries. My first question. I strongly agreed with many of President Trump's actions regarding the United States' role in the UN. One of these was especially his decision to cease funding for UNRWA. I am concerned with the lack of accountability of the money we send to UNRWA And I'm specifically concerned that the U.S. taxpayers could be indirectly funding Hamas or other Palestinian terror groups and thereby supporting the attempted destruction of Israel. Just a few weeks ago, a Hamas tunnel was found under a school in Gaza. UNRWA distributes anti-Israel education materials to school children, has documented ties to Hamas, and employs anti-Semitic staff. How do you plan to provide better accountability and oversight of these funds that we give to this organization, and how can we monitor the ties between this organization and terrorist groups like Hamas?
Thank you for that question, and I will tell you that it has come up several times today, and let me assure you that we are putting all of our weight behind monitoring everything that UNRWA does and monitoring the funding that the U.S. government provides to this organization. They do provide needed humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people, but that assistance we have to get assurances from UNRWA and others that none of that assistance will ever get in the hands of Hamas, which we have identified as a terrorist organization. PREM, the Office of Population, Refugees, and Migration, has done an MOU with UNRWA. They monitor every dime that goes into that organization. I met with the commissioner for UNRWA early in my tenure in New York and made clear in no uncertain terms that the U.S. will be watching everything they do very, very closely. As it relates to the textbooks and the literature that is being provided to the Palestinians, we have also monitored and worked with UNRWA on that. They have even identified for themselves on one occasion where they found unacceptable language in those textbooks, and they have assured us that they will not be using those textbooks, and we will be monitoring that in visits to the region and in our engagements with them.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate that. My second question is, and I'm sure this has actually been discussed some today, but as you know, the World Health Organization led a team of 17 Chinese and 17 international experts to Wuhan, China in January and February of 2021. Their team reported that they found no source of the virus and stated that transmission from an intermediate animal host was the likeliest scenario for the origins of COVID. We know now that this is most likely not true, and that the Wuhan Institute of Virology is also a very likely, if not the most likely source. Even Dr. Anthony Fauci stated in one of his emails that the virus was likely engineered. President Biden recently supported a second WHO-led investigation into the origins of COVID-19. President Trump and the American people lost all faith, however, I think, in WHO and their objective ability to look into the origins of COVID because of their close relationship with the Chinese Communist Party. I do not believe that Beijing will change their behavior or allow us to shine any light on their wrongdoing and the deceit throughout this pandemic. We must hold China accountable for the role it had in the development of this pandemic. My question is, in what ways do you plan to work with the WHO leadership to ensure a more thorough and more independent investigation?
Let me just start by saying that the Biden administration has been absolutely clear that it supports a robust and transparent investigation of the origins of COVID. And I shared with the committee that we were briefed in New York by the co-chairs of an independent council led by former President of Liberia, Sirleaf, and the former President of New Zealand. And they are looking very, very closely at this, and we are supporting their efforts to get to the bottom of the COVID origins. That said, President Biden has also asked that the U.S. intelligence community provide its full assessment of its own findings within the next few months. Getting to an understanding of the origins will help us prevent a pandemic happening in the future, and that's in China's interest. It's in our interest, and it's in the interest of the globe. So we will keep pushing on this so that we can avoid having the kind of pandemic disruption that we've had over the past year.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll yield back my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Kathy Manning of North Carolina, who's the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and Global Counterterrorism for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much, Madam Ambassador, for spending your time with us today, for all your service to our country, and you have already demonstrated what a wise choice President Biden made in your appointment. So thank you for being with us. I want to talk a little bit about combating anti-Semitism. In 2019, the UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion and Belief released a major report on combating anti-Semitism, the first ever standalone human rights report dedicated solely to that topic. And the report called upon governments to acknowledge that anti-Semitism poses a threat to stability and security, and declared that expression that draws on anti-Semitic tropes and stereotypes, rejects the right of Israel to exist, or advocates discrimination against Jewish individuals because of their religion should be condemned. In the past year, we have seen a frightening rise in anti-Semitism in our own country, which follows on the heels of a rise of global anti-Semitism. What is your assessment of recent UN efforts to combat anti-Semitism, and how is the administration leveraging its position to ensure efforts to combat anti-Semitism and other forms of hate speech receive the attention that they deserve in the UN?
I think it's clear we're the leader on this, but we have tremendous support in the UN to fight all efforts at anti-Semitism. I was, one of the first things I did when I when I arrived in New York is I went to the Holocaust Museum in New York, and I have shared that visit with every single member of the Security Council and encouraged all of them to visit and see what I saw there, so that there's just no doubt in anyone's mind that we absolutely have to fight these efforts. And the Biden administration has been clear that we defend Israel's right to exist, and we defend it standing side by side with my Israeli colleagues at the Israeli mission in New York as well. And we have fought against any efforts inside the in the UN to unfairly target Israel or to promote any anti-Semitism in the UN system. And it's a battle that I think every single person that I've engaged with, they've appreciated us being taking the lead on this, but also they've also joined us as we have fought against these efforts.
Thank you. I hope you'll continue to stand against anti-Semitism, because we are seeing frightening developments across the country and around the globe. I want to turn to some questions that you responded to earlier about re-entering the JCPOA. And you said that if Iran comes back into compliance, we will come back into compliance. But if we lift sanctions that allow Iran to reintegrate into the global financial system and allow the repatriation of Iranian assets and lift the impediments to Iran's ability to export oil, what meaningful leverage will the U.S. have to pressure Iran to stop funding and fostering terrorism around the globe?
Two of our main goals in dealing with the Iranians is, one, to stop them from fostering terrorism around the globe and fostering instability in neighboring countries, and two, to prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon. And we've been very, very clear-headed in terms of those two goals. We do want to see them rejoin the JCPOA, but we're also going to keep the pressure on them so that they don't continue to do the destabilizing activities that they have been involved in around the region. And they're two kind of separate things. So we are involved in those negotiations with them. We want them to come back into compliance. We will rejoin when they come back into compliance. But the other negotiations are on a separate track.
I just hope that we're not going to give up all the leverage we have to deal with the second problem. You mentioned they're two separate things, but if we give up all our leverage in dealing with the nuclear weapons issue, what will we have left to make sure that we can combat the other bad actions that they continue to take around the world.
We hear you.
I believe I heard you say earlier that the administration had not yet determined what its position would be on the Golan Heights. Did I hear you correctly on that?
You heard me. We have decided to, no changes have taken place in terms of the decisions that were made by the Trump administration. But to just be clear that the president, and I've said this many times today, the president supports a two-state solution. And it's a solution that allows Israel to live in peace and security and provides for a Palestinian state. How we move forward on that is still in discussion.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I now recognize Representative Juan Vargas of California, who's the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on the Western Hemisphere, Civilian Security, Migration, and International Economic Policy for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, thank you very much for allowing us to have this extended hearing. I think it's very, very important. Ambassador, I can't tell you how thrilled I am to see you and the work that you're doing. I was very, very excited because of your background. I think we're all extremely proud of you, and I want to thank you. I think everyone feels the same way on both sides of the aisle. There were two issues that I wanted to talk to you about in particular. One was Israel. It's been handled a little bit, but I do have concerns about the JCPOA myself. I was not in favor of it. I don't think that Iran should ever have the right to enrich uranium. I think that they do want to build a nuclear weapon. I think that every time we give them an opportunity to do that, they go for it. So I am very concerned about that. I did hear your answer, and again, I'd like to work with you on this because I don't trust them even 1 inch, no trust at all. But I do very much understand what you've said, that we stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel, as we should. It's a strong democracy, our sister city, and again, I thank you deeply for that. The second one I want to talk to is only one person at the UN that I like more than you, David Beasley. What he's doing at the World Food Program is nothing less than miraculous. I mean, he is working so hard. His organization is working so hard. They won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2020. As you know, I stayed up to watch it because I wanted to see that. It was thrilling for me. I think it was thrilling for everybody to know that the organization won this prize. But I do have great concerns about the things he talked about. That all these children, all these people marching toward starvation, that we need to do more. The United States has to do more. We have to do more. How can we help? I mean, we need to do more. Otherwise, this is going to be a horrible stain, I think, on our soul as a nation if we allow this to happen. Not only in conflict areas, but areas where there's no conflict. Because of the pandemic, because of climate change, because of all these other things, these people that are right now with food insecurity, they're marching towards starvation. We have to do something.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for your kind comments. Just first on Iran and the JCPOA, we actually saw when, once they were out of the JCPOA, they actually increased the number of fusel tools that they had. So we think having them in the JCPOA gives us a bit more control over what they're doing.
But if I could just interrupt for a second, that also shows why they want to build a nuclear weapon, right? So in other words, they didn't just stay where they were. As soon as they had the opportunity, they went for it. That's my whole point. I mean, it shouldn't be any doubt in anybody's mind they want a nuclear weapon.
And then on David Beasley, I agree with you completely. I talk to David probably once a week to get his advice and his guidance on what is happening. He's been a true voice on the situation in Syria, on the situation in Ethiopia, on the situation in the Northern Triangle.
In Yemen, too.
And he has promoted us being more actively engaged on these issues, and he's a great fundraiser for the organization. And I do think we have to do more. The United States does a lot. We're the biggest donor. We're the biggest contributor. But in the scale of things and with the needs out there, there's always more to be done. And I hope to just join hands with him to work to get more donors and more contributors to the work that they're doing. And sometimes it's not just governments, it's also private sector, and he's been actively engaged in getting the private sector engaged.
I think I think he's done a magnificent job. I think he's exactly, as you are the right person at the right place, right time, so is he. Yeah. However, I think he does have an overwhelming job. Yeah. I mean, I've heard him speak before. He's a friend, if we've become good friends over the years. And when he speaks so sensitively, not about the kids that you guys are able to save, it's the ones you're not. I mean, because they do starve to death ultimately, because we can't help them. We have to do more. And I think you'll find on our side, and I think on their side too, willing partners here. We want to do more. I think the administration wants to do more. I think you should push us to do more. I think you'll find a lot of support, certainly from me, but I think from every one of us. You know, this is an opportunity for us as a nation, really, to help. And also, I think, a missed opportunity if we don't help. I mean, the United States, I do think we're that one shiny nation in the world. I really do. I'm very proud of being an American. You know, we're the indispensable nation. And here's an opportunity for us.
Thank you.
And the last thing I say, please say hello to him when you see him. I haven't talked to him in a while. Just say hi. Juan Vargas, thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Brad Schneider from Illinois for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks, and as always, thank you for having this hearing. Ambassador, thank you for staying till the end and giving us all a chance to have remarks. First and foremost, I want to repeat and extend the good wishes you've heard from both sides of the aisle today. On this committee in particular, I think we are also grateful for your work and your commitment. We are committed to working with you to ensure your success in representing, defending, and advancing U.S. interests and our values around the world. It's always true, and it just seems more so at this moment, that we live in interesting times. And perhaps what makes that so relevant today is that we're facing challenges unlike anything we've seen for the past 70 years, from tackling global warming to beating back a pandemic that has literally brought the world to its knees, helping the greatest number of refugees since World War II, to fighting authoritarian regimes and seeking to promote peace and reduce conflicts. There's so much that we need to address, and that in your opening remarks, it's so important that we have a UN, and just as important that we have American leadership at the UN. So I'm grateful for your and the administration's commitment to leading and staying engaged, and very happy to have you here. I also want to associate myself with the remarks, many of the remarks of my colleagues today, in particular, the concerns about the United Nations' pernicious obsession with Israel, growing anti-Semitism in this country as well as around the world, the actions of UNRWA, in particular, as we've heard today, some of the concerns about, for example, the tunnel under the UN school, the makeup of the UN Human Rights Council, and the intentions of China and Russia, not just at the UN and around the world. My question for you, I want to go back, perhaps focus a little bit on the pandemic. The administration released something I guess last week on the efforts to improve the supply chains in the United States. We've seen severe demands on supply chains around the world, and in their release, they said the United States has a strong national interest in U.S. allies and partners improving the resilience of their critical supply chains, not just that we improve those supply chains here at home. So my question to you very broadly is, what role can you play, can the UN play, in helping improve supply chains around the world so we don't see a crisis like we experienced last year with shortages in everything from PPE to ventilators to medicines and everything else? And hopefully that will lead us to have a better solution as we move forward, trying to vaccinate the world and ending the pandemic.
Well, I would just say to that we really learned from the experience last year that we have to galvanize the entire international community to respond to a pandemic. It's not something that any one nation can do alone, and this is why it's so important to have the UN that has a lot of the infrastructure and the capacity to, for example, distribute. We can easily turn to UNICEF that has facilities around the world that work directly in communities and can help distribute vaccines. There are NGOs that are working in many of these far-flung communities that already have the cold chains, the infrastructure, the logistics network to get the vaccine to these populations where they've not been able to access the vaccine. So just providing the vaccine is not enough. The infrastructure is important, and this is something that President Biden announced last week as he talked about how we will go about distributing the vaccine globally.
No, I'm so grateful that the U.S. is leading on that. We have become the envy of the world on vaccine, not just the development, the fact that Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, and soon-to-be Novavax vaccines were created here in the United States, then we can help vaccinate the world, as others have touched on. But I think also it's important to recognize that it's the full supply chains, the resilience of all the different pieces and parts to make it possible for us to beat the next pandemic or deal with the next crisis is crucially important. So I thank you for your engagement. Again, I thank you for your time today. We covered a lot of topics in this hearing. We have so much work to do, but know that I think I can't speak for all of my colleagues on the committee, stand ready to work with you to make sure you're a success in the work you do. We're grateful to have you in your position and look forward to making sure that our interests and our values lead the world. Thanks so much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Let me thank all of the members for their questions. Member questions are now concluded. And I wanted to race back here. I had an amendment on the floor, but I wanted to race back here simply to say thank you to Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield for her very informative, very timely, and invaluable testimony today. You know, all going on in the news every place. That, you know, this hearing is taking place the same week that our president is on his first foreign trip abroad, meeting with the G7 and the EU and NATO allies, and you know, and making it clear that America is back at the table, and no better person to keep us at the table at the UN than our Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield. It makes clear that multilateral engagement will be necessary for us advancing all of our interests, promoting our values, and mobilizing collective action to respond to the threats of today, as well as the threats of tomorrow. So we know that the UN will be central to the multilateral engagement that's needed. And I am so thankful that we have you at the helm at the United Nations. And you will build those coalitions that will illuminate the Biden's administration's leadership. So let me also just say thank you for your time. You know, this is a long time, and we've made sure that we got every member here on this committee who wished to ask questions. So your time is much appreciated by this committee. And I think I'll stop there so that I won't continue to abuse any more of your time. And now I will adjourn this hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I can stand. Let me go say hi to